Yeah, it really does. It's trust me. We did a lot of, a a lot of collaborating on ideas and stuff over the summertime and you yeah. It's comical to, like, all knowledge levels add something to this and
Yeah,
have a
I don't. I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, go on, I'm done.
I was going to say I don't know anything about basketball other than March Madness and sometimes betting with my colleagues at work or whatever. So um, that's about it.
Oh shit. I never finished it. I started though.
That's the point. Uh, I wouldn't go as far as that. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Mwah. We're in the world, the story world, like just the in-depth building the story together so that we can have all this archival material.
Can you can you say what you just said again? You said you're what about AMC? Because I mean I understand. Yeah, you showed it to them. Okay. Wow.
Like a pick your own adventure. The sport. Have you been reading the chat? I'm just now catching up. To respond to Johanna, you said, "How lewd can I be?" Uh, well, we want it to be like an 11-year-old can watch it. How did you explain it, Kamani, the other day? Because we're trying to be like really careful how we cross that line.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I interrupt and ask a quick question? Um, you you said watch it. This is how much background I really need. So are we creating the lore and then there's going to be like what are people watching that you're referring to, and is something going to be filmed? Like I still don't know this part.
I actually did not know that. That's pretty cool.
Can I just say something really quick? For everyone who's in this room, you are amazing people. And I want you to, I am just finding out about all of this in the past couple of weeks. So, I mean, it's probably after all these years and all of your hard work, it's, you probably can't, you may not, I mean, I know it's brilliant because you've really sacrificed and you believe in it. But as a newcomer, I just want to emphasize I can't even say this is next level. This is so many. I just don't have words, and I want you to be patient. I want you to understand that for people to come to this information, it is not intuitive. And it is taking time. I mean, I almost need to go right now because I'm so full. I'm like, this is, I'm not going to go. I can hang in. I just want you to understand like how incredible this is. And my mind is processing and trying to grasp and keep up. And I thought I was a smart person, but I'm not sure now. Listening to everyone here.
Here, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something for someone who's been here since the beginning. It is a lot. We are working our gosh diddly darndest to make it more digestible. There's just so many moving parts and so many pieces. And we're like trying to explain the short term, what we're doing right now, but we're also like, we can't talk about that without explaining like what the bigger picture is too, and what we're doing today is what it's contributing to in the future. It's so in depth. This model that we've created at LMO is incredibly in depth. It's a master's class in economics. It's a lot to learn on its own. Even those who are super blockchain savvy, crypto savvy, they still, some of them are still like, can you explain this to me like I'm 5 years old? Because we're doing something bigger and more in depth and more creative than anything else that you're seeing out there. This isn't just the PFP NFT. You're not buying a picture of a racist ape. You're, and like somehow you've got clout and you're making money, but you're not really, you're just spending money. You know what I mean? This is like, we are using this technology to create a economic structure to build a whole new way of doing film and television and storytelling.
It's explosive, and I'm not critiquing at all. And I love that it's not ELI5 and like that whole mentality in crypto. I hate where people just don't want to have to think. And it's I think it's just a great friction actually. And I love. Kamani, you've talked about being lo-fi, and I just love I love everything about everything you all are doing. The aesthetic, the concept. I mean, it's so great, and I'm up for taking the time. I like that it takes time and repetition. So I was not at all. I hope I didn't come off as critiquing.
No. I just wanted to affirm for you that the overwhelmed feeling that you're feeling, that full feeling that you're feeling is totally natural. I still feel it because we're learning new things all the time. We're building on what we've built all the time. Kamani I have actually stepped away from some of the actual like building stuff for like the last year. I've been just focusing on this other job I have, which is not important, but I come back and he's built so much more. So I'm constantly catching up and I'm constantly trying to digest the new information. And I'm just so grateful that you're here. We're so grateful that you're here, and we're glad that you exist. And basically our edicts are, authenticity upheld and opportunities uplifted. We are creating a creative space for everyone to be able to contribute from any platform that they'd like just there's so many creators out there. There's so many stories that need to be told. There's so many artists that need their art out there. And why not, collaborate as a community and build something beautiful like a TV show? Like, why not do that and make sure that everybody is paid what they are due for their contribution? Because we know that the media system that's out there right now, Hollywood and whatnot, is the antiquated way that they do things. Nobody's making any money. People are putting $1 into the system and getting 37 cents back. It's all regurgitated. Nothing's new. Then the worker bees are not getting paid what they're due. That's why you're seeing all the strikes, the writers' strikes, all of that. Like, it's just broken. Hollywood system is broken, and we want storytellers. We want to open doors to storytellers and creators and artists and everything to be able to put themselves out into the world. We want to be accessible. We want to make that accessible for anybody who wants to create, because we're tired of the system of just doors slammed in our faces. I mean, I can go on and on and on about what we're doing, but why we're here. But anyways, I just wanted to affirm that, like, you ask any questions that you need to ask. Kamani's great at answering questions. There's just a lot of information to cover. Yeah, anyways, I'm just glad you're all here, and I hope you understood some of my ramblings, but yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say, Kamani's like explained this to me a bajillion times, and I'm still sitting here like, you know what? I learn by doing rather than just theorizing about everything. So I guess I'm just gonna be kind of like not tagging along, but definitely learning as I go. So, yeah. Having said that, I know that some people have their video on, but I can only notice that through whoever's sharing their screen. I'm guessing that's Kimani. I'm not really sure, but if there's a way that I can like see everyone who's on video at the same time, I don't really know. Or did I miss that?
There's a setting. It's on the top right, way up there, and there's a ... and you can change the way the stage looks. For me, it's that panel thing where I have the streaming interface.
Yeah, the ... just says voice settings, notification settings, and report, which I hate
okay,
reports.
here, I'll show you. So here's the,
I'm on my pad, so it must be different.
Oh, okay, wait, how do I get this to stop? Okay,
that's some
ignore the Infinistream, but if you scroll down, so there's the Infinistream, that's the streaming window, and then if you scroll down, there's all the people.
Yeah, okay. So I'll just be able to see you sharing the screen, and then our little... Yeah, I see what's underneath, and then I can switch over to the text.
Yeah,
but I can't see everything at the same time. I'm on my iPad, and it definitely looks different than a desktop, so...
Okay. Let's get that out. So sorry. All right.
Screw you. I don't even need to see you guys.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Also, I am going to reorganize the Discord because this is a organization from 3 years ago, and they have a lot more new tools. So I'm going to make it a lot easier to navigate our Discord. It's going to be way condensed. That's my project over the next month. So bear with me on that. There might be some rearrangement, but so that actually brings me to one last point on structure, and then we can get into the role-play process and onboarding characters. Every time a property sell in Press Pass is purchased for Season 1, this is how every film and season of television work. Keep in mind, we consider a film or a season of television a distributed asset. So that means that's one market asset that's forming a relationship with an audience or a customer. So a season of TV would be 24 episodes. It's not the individual episode that forms a relationship, it's the entire body of work. So that's how we frame the product in the franchise to asset breakdown. And Season 1 of Press Pass is the first demonstration of the Elmo structure. When a customer buys a property cell to develop, they trigger an algorithm that produces a proof of labor system downline from property. So for every one property cell a customer purchases, 2 property cells are reserved for a laborer on the show. So Brendan, Crystal, Aaron, and myself, anybody who's hired to work to produce Season 1 of Press Pass, they're, just like what I was saying earlier, our time is counted up against department, which has a fixed percentage of ownership against the department. Then we weigh our hours, it's called half-day blocks, which are 6-hour block periods. But we weigh those half-day blocks against the pool of half-day blocks in the department, which produces a impact percentage. And then you apply that impact percentage to the department percentage, and now we have a per individual percentage of ownership. And that's how we distribute the property sales to the individual. And Bree, what I had to do is I had to go join the open chat room on our server and then come right back. That kind of triggered my mic to work. And we use ChatGPT a lot. In fact, I'm going to show you guys today because I reserved Bree's character for the GPT process, so I can show you guys how cool that is. And Brendan will be doing that process with me. Okay, so when a customer purchases a version 1 or a version 2 piece of the puzzle for season 1, there's a version 3 piece of the puzzle which makes up 90% of season 1 of Press Pass. And a laborer would get 2 pieces. The creator of the show, which is me, gets 3 pieces. The platform is Let Me Out Productions at 3.5 pieces. And unions are at a half piece for every piece purchased. So all of that is ownership across from net profit, which is scheduled from the show, and which is really cool. What I'm doing with my 30%, since it's season 1, I'm not negotiating out of that pool, but for later seasons, that's the negotiator pool. So if Let Me Out Productions is primary, and like say Paramount Pictures wants to come in to be secondary, I could actually negotiate out of my pool pretty much up to additional 10%. You want to hold on to 20% for creative control. But anyway, it's a really cool system, and what I'm doing with my 30% net profit issuance from season 1, which if our projections are pretty nuts, I'm just going to turn around and produce season 2 and season 3. So the lore game can continue as long as it needs to go for season 1, and we're not beholden to any lore game product performance to produce season 2 or season 3. So we can keep our content stream going. We'll have how many episodes is that? It's almost 70 episodes out by the time we're going into the professional American football lore game, which is the next.
Okay, I have one more question. I am so sorry, Kamani.
Yeah. Oh, never apologize.
Okay, thank you. All of this information about the pieces and who owns what and everything, do I need to know this like the back of my hand, or can I just trust that the process is happening?
Just experience it, just like any video game, you're learning for the first time. You remember when the Wii first came out? You can't explain that, right? You just had to use it.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what this is too.
Okay. Cool.
I was just playing the Swiss
as long as I don't
with...
screw anyone over or anything by not completely understanding exactly how these pieces are happening and who gets what and all of this. As long as I know my place, I guess I'll be happy.
There's no place to know. You're at equal. Everybody we all have terms that we're staying within, but outside of that, everybody's equal. You know what I'm saying? There is a pay-to-play element, though, so you do get stronger voting weight if you have more pieces. But that doesn't. We're not going to factor that in today. That's too much math.
But we're eliminating supremacist thought of all kinds here.
That's literally our content mission. Thank you, Aaron, for bringing that up. That's literally our content mission: is to rid the human animal of self-righteousness in their behavior and approach to other people. So we're just more collaborative overall. So what better way to do that than actually collaborate on the stories themselves and the merchandise and the market positions? You know what I mean? It's just turn it into a fixed-term community development system. That way everything's legally compliant, we're not misleading customers, everything's self-sustainable and self-engageable. We do have to get to a certain scale for it to be the self-sustainable, self-engageable, so I do want... We're in battle, we're in a conceptual battle with regulators right now. So anyway, let's get into the game. Let's onboard some characters. So I'm going to let's first do the levels, because that's active. Let's get everybody active. Every character in the game has the same 3 branches that we navigate conflict with. Now, this is based on my Hey, Rarball, yeah! Okay, hey, let's get Rarball in here too. Hey, buddy, I know you're in Los Angeles lore chapter, but your notable fan is just going to be in Boston for our media day, okay? All right, there's Chad Russ. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong guy. Oops, sorry. You're not Chad Roll. You're Carrie Ergen Strong. Your guy, for some reason, this guy is in Boston for Media Day. You're going to have to explain it with us. Perfect. Yeah, you can do this sort of stuff too. You can have guest performers come into a lore chapter if there's room in the bead. Yeah. It just has to make sense in the chronology of the game. And it's 1939, so everybody really is on Railroad. So keep that in mind too. All right.
Is the audio working now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Woo!
Now, so first we're going to do the character calculator, and then we're going to onboard Felix, which is Bree's character, and she's the only new character we have to onboard. And then we'll actually just get into the scenario. We'll have ChatGPT help us frame the hook, and then we'll start getting into telling the story. And we'll go as long as we need to. I don't think any of us are like serious D&D players, so let me invite Rar up here. Rar is Dutch for odd, and he taught me that. So it's when Rar ball means oddball. But he comes in as one weird ball with his name.
Do you have a guesstimate of time on how long we're going to be working together tonight, and in general?
There's no obligation. So we do cap the roleplay sessions at 4 hours. I don't think we're going anywhere near that. I think we might do like about an hour of the actual roleplay, and then we'll probably all be wrapped up.
Cool. Okay.
But yeah, I do anticipate actual serious D&D players getting a hold of this eventually, and those people are crazy. Like they'll go 12-hour sessions. So
I was just gonna say 12 hours.
Yeah, I can't. I personally can't do it. So we do cap them at 4-hour sessions for the very serious role players. So I don't think you've done this yet either for Carrie, huh? Okay, perfect. Let me get you a character sheet too. I posted this. If you scroll up in the chat on the stage, I posted a spreadsheet that we want you to. You can use the one that we're on here and just use the sheet that I'm making for your character. But it's also best if you just import it to your own drive and keep a copy, because you're going to keep updating it while we're in the analog phase. And I'll explain how that works. So, Gary Ergen, strong. And for some reason, you know what? We are the first media day in the lore, so it could be reasonable that Carrie's out there just because we're the first media day. I think that's a reasonable explanation of why he's in Boston. He's like the press editor for the team for the Los Angeles Wet Fountains. So for some reason, he's in Boston for Media Day because it's the first Media Day in the BSofA history. I think that's a good reason for him to be there. Okay, so each character, we navigate conflict by balancing our emotional approach, which can be all sorts of ways. There's no, like, if there's 60 different ways you can approach a conflict, and even that is super limited, because this is based on my behavioral science research. Let me load this up. This is a cool resource for you guys. First of all, any time you're experiencing emotion, it's not your fault. It's a chemical reaction in your brain. Your brain is a supercomputer driven by chemical processes, which are fascinating to explore. And as an academic, I'm terrible at regurgitating the parts of the brain and the names of hormones. I have to look them up literally every time. It's been that way for 7 years. So, but in emotional, this is one of my favorite renderings here.
Yeah, there's actually an app called the Wheel of Feels that I think is a little more in depth as well, that people can have on their phone, that shows this. So if anyone needs to keep it open on their phones, the app is called the Wheel of Feels.
And nothing you're going through is ever your fault. It's a result of your environmental experience. And what I'm working on is a thesis that hasn't been explored yet in classifying how these govern your behavior. So I'm looking at like impact on governance, and there's like, I have 3 categories I've developed. There's like a fleeting governance, or there's something what I call them fleets, where they're just like little impacts of emotion, but they don't actually change your behavior. Then there's, I forgot what the category was, but there's a sustained version of it where it does impact your behavior over a sustained period of time. And then there's the deep governance, where it governs your behavior over long periods of time, like depression, that kind of thing. So nothing's your fault. Everything is chemical reactions in your head, and you can actually kind of control this by health, nutrition, spiritual practice, collaboration, what we're doing right now, produces oxytocin, and oxytocin cannot flow at the same time as cortisol, which drives stress. So anytime you complete collaborative activities that give you that oxytocin boost, like you literally can't experience cortisol at the same time. It's just chemistry. So
Song is really unsettled.
say what? And by the way, that may not be true for everybody because not everybody has the same brain chemistry. But in generally speaking, that is a conditional set of facts. So anyway, getting back into the game, we're going to learn to navigate conflict by balancing some of these emotions and concepts that I've turned into what we call facets. So getting back over here, I'm going to use Carrie's page. Oh no, I'll use the spreadsheet. I'm going to blow it up a little bit. Perfect. Okay, so each character has 3 branches to what the character is. There's the clout branch, which is what we call establishing self-righteous prescription, which we, in my cognitive research, I just call SRP or syrup. So establishing self-righteous prescription, this is the pedestal that we take over another person to dictate what their reality is. And we only do it for the adrenaline. So the adrenaline is the chemical that governs our behavior, that produces that feeling of clout, that need to take dominance over somebody else, the need to establish a self-righteous position to then judge another person. I also call it social dominance behavior. And the best way to think about that is a chimpanzee throwing poo at another chimpanzee. And humans, we're apes. And that behavior, adrenaline-driven judgment, is literally the exact same chemical behavior as what's happening in a chimpanzee that's throwing poo. It's not different. So, we're all guilty. Nobody's exempt. I do it. Hell, I probably did it today when I was at the coffee shop. I don't know. You know what I mean? But like, it's something that if we're if we're self-aware about, we can actually confront and try to navigate in our lives. It's gonna happen. Especially in a realm where you're an expert and somebody else is not an expert. Like Johanna's one of the best tattoo. She's always been one of the best artists ever. Period. Like since we were kids.
Shut the fuck up.
No, you know I'm right. Shut up. And then beyond that, she's just one of the best tattoo artists ever. I can't wait to get a piece. And I'll do it with our next big customer purchases. But I got you. I want to get one of your Pokemon 151.
Oh, go on.
No, I can't wait.
Go on.
So,
Me too, dude.
But it's like, so in like Johanna's case, if somebody's like a shitty tattoo artist, she's gonna have that feeling of clout in judging that person's work, and it's kind of earned. But you know, we don't need it. That's the whole point. We don't need it. We don't need that to navigate our reality and to establish a good feeling in ourselves. But anyway, there's 20 facets here to explore, and I want everybody who's leveling a character up. So that's Carrie, with Carrie Strong, that's Gerard Liggett, that's Felix, that's Augusta Annalene. Is that everybody? Everybody else is good. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to make sure this total caps at 40. Now this spreadsheet is automatic. So what you're going to do is you're going to go down and pick the facets that you want to add levels to, and you have 20 to add. What I've done for my guy, let me open up my other P-plug. By the way, the press pass lore, we have stupid names for everything. In linguistics, there's the acronym and the initialism, and we sort of combine the two in the pronunciation of initialized and short form verbiage. So everything's got a stupid name. So the Basketball Syndicate of America is the BSofA. The National Association of Modern Football is the NAMFU. The Global Hockey Program is the GLOP. So this goes on and on and on. So the Press Pass Lore Game is the P-plug. Anyway, try to keep with the pronunciations because it's part of our esoteric here, and it is really stupid. That is the whole point. So I'm going to go into my trial game sheet with Aaron Pooh Kellogg, and I'll show you guys what I did, assuming it actually loads here. Okay, yeah, great. Okay, so I'm level 40, and when we're level 40, we're just level 1 characters. Now, past that, every level you add levels up your character. So the top level you can be is that in here? Is 121. Oh, this is probably the better sheet to use. So on the Clout branch, no, I'll use the onboarding sheet. On the Clout branch, each of y'all, you don't have, like, the character bios that are on the wiki, you don't have to, like, level up according to your bio. Brendan tried to do that, which is really, that's honoring the canon of the character, but you don't have to do that. You can try to just equip yourself to best suit how you think your conflicts are going to go. And just so you know, Felix Hofstetter and my character, Aaron Koo Kellogg, we have a planned conflict to demonstrate how the interaction works, and then after we demonstrate, we're going to get into the game. So I'm going to do the onboarding level. Let's see, my fictional character here, I don't really have one, but I'll just say human, that's his name. Alright, so I want human, Triple H here, to be level 4 ambition, which brings my total to 23. Okay, I got to navigate this safely. I only have 40 levels. So then I'm going to go, ambition is the ability to self-promote. Bouquet is the amount of awards won. Coming into the canon, how many awards have you won? No matter what you do, there's probably a hierarchy of some sort that provides awards. Remember, I'm a behavioral scientist, so I think of all this shit as super silly. I think the Oscars and Emmys are, like, pretty silly, but I do plan on having us win an Emmy at least for Press Pass, and I'll let Erin do all the talking. So, Bouquet.
Well, I'm there.
Yeah, we're ready. I don't think human has. He probably won a trophy in high school, so we're gonna give him level 2 Bouquet. Credibility, level of trustworthiness, truthfulness. I'm gonna min-max my credibility here. I'm gonna go level 9 credibility. So now I'm limited. I only have 8 levels left. Oh no. Doesn't really matter if you're level 1. If you're lower than level 5 in anything, you will always roll a 1 through 5 in your conflicts. So just keep that in mind in your balance approach. But when I'm a level 9, I get to roll 1 through 9. So if I'm in conflict with you and you're a level 1, and the conflict is based on credibility, I'm rolling a 1 through 9, and you're rolling a 1 through 5. So let's actually run that. We use this random number generator. We stream it, so nobody's cheating anything. Every lore wrangler that's managing a story beat will run exactly what I'm doing. Stream the interface, record the call on OBS, and then we'll upload the call to a Google Drive thing so Brendan and myself and our team can review the call. And we'll review the lore wrangler should take notes, or try be into it at least. But if they don't want to if it turns into work for them, we do have people we have plugged in to actually do the work. But we also feel that there's creative elements to keeping the notes and shaping the lore in a narrative fashion. So we want to provide that angle to people who want to do that. Okay, so I'm rolling a 1 through 9 as human, and we're going to just pretend Augusta Oliver is the other person in the conflict, and we're going to roll a 1 through 5 for Augusta. I already won, so I rolled a 7, but let's just for fun, we'll roll a 1 through 5, and you rolled a 4. So I win the conflict, which means that what determines the conflict is all of us. So if we enter a conflict, Augusta and Aaron are not in conflict. We can't vote on what the conflict is based on. So we're now set aside as characters, and the rest of the team here votes on what they think the conflict is based on really quickly. Here we'll just do chat, just type it in. And if you, since it's a spreadsheet, you can just use the, A9 or whatever. If that's what you want to do, or if it's quicker just to type it in, patience, then do it that way. But we'll just use the chat when we're doing the role play. That's how we'll vote. Oh, this conflict is in it. And if it's all different ones, we'll random number generate the winner. So if we all 8 have different directions of which facet we chose, that's cool. We'll just put 1 through 8, and we'll just go in order on the screen here. Whoever the lore wrangler will say what the order on the screen here is, and then we'll roll it. And basically, it'll be The fulcrum facet would be credibility. That's one we roll. And then the winner chooses one from the sideline facets to level up. So let's say our conflict was based on credibility, but the sideline facets were dreamer, network, and opportunity. So if I win the conflict against Kianga's character, I would get to pick between dreamer, opportunity, and network to add one level to. Now this actually moves pretty quick in the game, so that we actually level up on average, like in an hour, you'll probably add 20 levels to your character if you navigate conflict correctly. And then some people that are super serious about it can really blast their person off. But that's where we have level caps. So there's 60 total facets across these three branches. There's clout, which is the self-righteous prescription, social dominance behavior. You know, that's that sort of like haughty stuff in your chest. These are really fun to explore. Ambition, bouquet, credibility. Some of these are serious. Don't get me wrong. Not all of them are social dominance, but like credibility is a form of social dominance. It's just a healthy form. It's a meritable form. Same with leadership, influence. You know what I'm saying? Like all of these have different balance to it, and you're going to choose how you want your character to establish themselves in the lore by emotional management, which is going to help you in real life too. That brings us to skill, which is the authentic value of labor. We've learned a lot about that over the past few years at Let Me Out Productions. And by the way, there's some funny ones in here, like clout. We have thespian, which is level of drama introduced. So if you know you're going to troll, definitely add as much level to thespian as possible, because oftentimes if you're just being a dramatic asshole, then that's what everybody's going to vote on. So if you want to win those conflicts, then you know what I'm saying? And then same thing with pickle. There's one called pickle and skill, which is level of problems caused for the ecosystem. So it's sort of like the anti-skill. And then we have a concept that we celebrate here. In fact, I have an entire linguistics research firm called Zesian Linguistics. And it's all researching the concept of producing oxytocin through collaborative communication, which all of this is. This is all... Remember, communication is a behavior more so than it's like speech or text or anything like that. It's behavior first. And what we're doing is the behavior of communication collaboratively. We're communicating, establishing lore. And by the way, Brendan, sneakily, it is contributing to my 3 theses in Cogling. So overall, this is a form of research, but it's not like an experiment. So it's pretty cool. So the Zesian is a word I made up because we don't have a word for English. We don't have a word in English to describe the concept. You deserve to exist. This is true for every soul, whether they're alive or dead. The soul is energy. Energy is a proven constant. Energy is a fixed cap cryptocurrency. There's a fixed supply. We know how much energy there is in the universe. It just ever expands. That's the concept, right? So it's a fixed amount of energy. And the soul is energy. So when the soul is in the body, it's like water in a glass. It's occupying a vessel. When a person dies, the water leaves the glass, and that is a very sad and awful process for those of us who are still sharing the observable reality of the glass together. But that water continues on. It becomes a cloud. It joins the sea. It flows down a river. It may end up in another glass. You never know. That's the soul. It deserves to exist no matter what context it's in that glass, no matter how long it's in that glass. It deserves to exist, and it does exist. And so when we channel that, we're collaborating with ourselves. And that self-collaboration, there's a certain process for this. It may seem floofy, but like literally it works, so just try it out. You stand straight up, put your feet flat on the ground, better if you don't have shoes, stick your arms straight out to the side, and you say it out loud. You say, I deserve to exist. And even better, you tell yourself, I'm glad I exist. It's one of the things we say all the time here at Let Me Out Productions. I'm glad you exist, because I am. And when we anchor our reality with enjoying existence, it's so much better. And I'll tell you what, I'm in constant pain, right? Yeah, don't be squeamish here, but y'all see this. If that takes me out, by the way, which it could, I have a plan for all of you guys to continue on the work. So just like don't fret over that. But let's all work on this so we can get me to an economic position so I can go get whatever I need to get done. I'll turn into a cyborg if I need to get it done. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. It's a resource thing, unfortunately. So that's the Zesian. This one, I don't think there's really any funny ones in here. But anyway, I'm going to keep on leveling up human. He's level 9 credibility. He's going to be level 4 height. I have 5 levels left. I'm going to be level 2 obliquity, which is nobody knows why they like you so much. Or, je ne sais quoi. Some of these might seem redundant, but the whole thing about behavior is that there's always a different angle. So that's the whole, like, they're angular approaches. Angular, it means there's a specific point to it. And each one of these does have a different point. So when we're in panache, which is the amount of theatrics, flair, spirit, and charm, that is different than thespian, which is level of drama introduced. Because you can introduce drama with no panache. Or you can introduce drama with all the panache. You know? So, I'm going to be a level 2 power. I'm going to be level 5 swag. Oh no, I went one level too high. I'll be level 4 swag. So now my clout branch is complete. I'm level 40. I'm done. I'm wrapped. If you want to help yourself in the game, you can always bold the levels that you've done on the spreadsheet by holding control and hitting and holding down. I don't know how to do that on a touchscreen, so you can also change the color a little bit. Maybe make it a little darker on the background, so it's easier to highlight what you've leveled up so far. But this is the analog 80s mode, where we all have a form on the table. Like, if you imagine us in D&D, we all have like a paper form, and we're filling that out like a book. Eventually, this will all be digitized process, but what Brendan and I and the team are doing, or we're focusing on quality of experience first, before we design interface. Too many times in entertainment products, they go full bore on interface without caring about audience experience, and then we're all locked into the interface that they have, and it's all ego anyway, and it's not suitable to what the experience needs to be. So we're going to go experience first. So thank y'all for bearing with us in the analog phase and like learning the material, and then we'll digitize based on what our early adopter experience is. So I'm going to do my skill branch at human real quick. I don't know if I need to read all these out loud. I think that would take too long. But I'm going to actually just surprise you guys and go level 19 entitlement. Level 2 solitude. And I'll do a level 2 dreamer.
Hey, human, you deserve to exist. Get that entitled.
Yeah, but he's entitled to exist, apparently. So, if you want a full balance, you just go level 2 up top, and then you can drag it down, and then you're done. So I'll just do that for my Zesian branch. This is not a balanced character whatsoever, but it is really funny to me. Make this a little darker purple, and then all of these are good, so... Cool. Now human's ready to play, but I'm not going to play with these levels. I'm going to play with my Aaron Pukella levels. And let me split my screen here. And we'll get ready to play. And if you're a lore wrangler, if you're ever lore wrangling, this is what you do on like a normal size screen. I do have a wide monitor, but I have my Discord up on the wide monitor because I'm recording that. Speaking of, let me actually do that part. Okay, so I need my Aaron Pukella character. Make a little more room here. Okay, cool. It all fits. Great news. I also darken my cells. That's me at summertime. My internet didn't cut out, right?
No.
Okay. And then
And it's okay that my in front of me.
And then once everybody's done with their level sheets, probably the fastest way to do it is just to like screenshot it and put it in the chat if you want to do it that way. Then I can go, between Brendan and I, we can go into the wiki and just add your levels to your sheet. And then what I'm going to do for all of you guys is I'm going to demonstrate our prompt work and get Bree's character on the wiki, and then we start the roleplay. And we'll probably be wrapped up in an hour after that. I don't think any of us are going to be that heavy and serious about completing a full-bore story, but we are producing official canon, so I'm really happy Carrie Ergen Strong is going to randomly be at Media Day and then disappear from the Potatoes chapter. That's so
I'm
cool.
trying to find my sheet.
Oh, you are, we leveled you, right?
I think we started or got halfway, to be completely honest with you.
Here you are. Can I just copy this? Existing.
Well, it doesn't look like we did anything, but I know we did.
Yeah, I thought we did. Wait a minute. Maybe I did it directly on the character. Let me go look. Sorry, all the names are so stupid. Oh, by the way,
You know another thing that's stupid?
Say what?
The another thing that's stupid is that my fear is windmills, but then my hobby is fixing windmills. I don't know how I understand that at all.
I did that.
Okay.
I did that on purpose.
You bugger.
She's just weird. And then here's the thing. Brendan's character wrote a poem about you. I'm gonna perform it. I'm gonna perform it.
Yeah.
So the Press Pass Season 1 production team. Oh, do you want to perform it, Brendan? Let's have Brendan do it. That's a great
Perform
idea.
what?
Hook me up, dude.
So there's Bella's page, man. If you want to read the Wingate, Losegate, a limerick that your character wrote for Bella, and then I'm going to check her levels here. No, we didn't do it, Bella.
I think maybe you sent me something,
I did
and then I
send
fucked
it, but
around
we
with
never
it.
did it. So I'm going to add this to the existing.
I do already know how Carrie can fit into this, because he is driven, of course, by the fear of missing out. So he's just there because he doesn't want to miss out.
That's so
relatable.
Yeah, you wouldn't miss out on the very first Media BSofA day, right? Like that. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Is this the one that's public? Hopefully.
Kamani, question. You know, you and I, we went through my levels the other day, but they're not showing up on my page. Where can I go find them again?
Oh, I have them here. Wait, they're not on your page?
My character tree does not have them somehow noted there, so.
That's crappy. That's crappy of me. Here they are.
Oh.
I'm going to copy this to the public one, too.
Okay. And then I can just.
Yeah, because you need this document to play.
Right. Now, should I go in and edit in my page?
Yeah, go for it.
Or is there?
And if you want to help me get everybody else's done too, and Kianga, if you're gonna use, I don't know how we feel about this yet, but this is up to us as a community. Brendan and I were talking about it. Aaron and I were talking about it. And Nick and I were talking. And Nick might be here soon, hopefully. In fact, let me invite him again. Invite him and Crystal. That way we're at 11, which is like that's one less than a perfect party size. Let me not dox our WhatsApp. I don't know if we're gonna get any game schedules today. But if we do, I can run the box score live. It's pretty cool. And since we do have a couple players here, like Gerard and Augusta, y'all can see how you do live. That'd be pretty cool. I think. We'll get to one game at least.
I'd love to see some of it, because I hear the words you're saying and I have no idea what any of it looks like. I'd love to see, like, what you just say, the boxing. I mean, there's just so much new terminology. I hope we can.
Oh, the box
even if it's just a few minutes. See.
Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's do that before we get.
Just see more of what all of this is and how it unfolds. And is that all I needed to do in terms of my character? Is like get those totals, pick enough numbers to get the 3 colors
Yep.
to
Exactly.
40?
Exactly.
Am I good for
Yep.
going to the next phase of things?
Yeah, and I'm going to put your levels in live on our side of the screen here, so we can all see how that works. So I go in here to Charlotte Oliver, and eventually we're going to have a bot that automatically does this, but I am not a good enough programmer to do any of that. So level 7 Gaul, that's hilarious. We bold the levels on the page. So after every roleplay session, you update your own levels on the character spreadsheet. Then after the session, or whenever you're done, so whenever you leave, screenshot your sheet and upload it to chat. And remember, you only need to stay for about 10 minutes to really impact a moment, to get in conflict and have an impact on the story. But we want people to have a valuable, enjoyable experience, so it's really best if all the characters try to stay for at least an hour. And then beyond that, the really serious people can go as deep as they want.
I still don't understand really very well what is actually happens.
Right. Let's do one.
So there's something that I do with this sheet as part of the
you keep it open
game
on your page, just like I have here.
Okay.
And you can just keep it open full screen on a tab. You can do it on a phone, tablet, your computer. And then as you level up, you're going to, like let's say you win a conflict based on, let's say a human wins a conflict based on entitlement. And the 3 sideline facets are endorsement, pickle, and wisdom. So that's what we all voted on the conflicts were based on. And it's like a tiered, fixed tier result based on the conflict. So one of the conflicts we have scheduled here is I don't want to reveal the story to Bree, like kind of the story we agreed on, but we're going to get in a conflict over the name of something, and y'all are going to vote on what the conflict is based on once we get into that in our media day roleplay. Bree and I won't vote. Now, when you vote, you can vote or you can vouch. So you can say, I'm going to take one of their sides, and you add your level cap to the roll, which is cool. Or you can just vote on the sideline, on what you think the conflict is based on. Either way, you can you choose how you want to impact the narrative as a passive participant. So, I don't want to give away the story beats, so let's just say that we're in a conflict over whether or not my shoes are red or blue. Let's not ever do that benign of conflicts, you know what I'm saying, in the story, but let's just say that. So, you need the link to this thing, right? Yeah, okay. Let's do that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe she wants to just know what we are doing tonight, like how we're moving forward with the role play.
Oh, okay.
Because she's like, I filled out my form, I've got my levels, what do I do now?
Okay.
Or how does it move forward? I think the number generator needs to be mentioned, like how, like basically.
I'll roll that for us. I think I'll just roll that for us on stream. And then
just like the steps of the process, like how it will go.
For clarity, tonight's exercise impacts the lower background stories of these teams of Press Pass, right? Yeah, we're enter the world with me. We are in 1939. I believe it's January 23rd, 1939, Boston, Massachusetts. We are gathered at Sebastian Kane Hall as our group of characters. It's Media Day and Fan Fest. So beyond our group of characters, all the characters in the chapter are theoretically at this event of Media Day and Fan Fest. All the fans, all the notable fans, all the team staff, all the media professionals, all the service professionals, the team, and the coaches. Everybody's there at Media Day and Fan Fest. So of the story beats that we have, here, I'll post this. You guys, in fact, why don't you guys choose the story beat that we're going to start tonight. I think that's a pretty active process. While you guys are debating which story beat we're going to choose tonight, in the general collective, I had chosen number 7 because I thought that was a pretty easy story to get into, which is a mysterious Boston socialite holds a masquerade ball that becomes the talk of the town, with some protagonist trying to score an invitation to the exclusive event. So, basically it's called pregnant monkey storytelling. So that's a pregnant monkey. We don't know who the mysterious Boston socialite is. It could be any one of us.
Spoiler, it's me.
Yeah, well, you see, so Erin, we don't know that yet. Because, remember, if another character is in conflict over, wait, it's me, then you have to roll for it.
Yeah.
So,
and what trait would we roll for in that instance? Because, I mean, if it's like D&D, we need to roll for something specifically.
Well, that's what you guys would debate. That's what we would all debate as a team. So let's say if it's Augusta and Allison. Augusta is a bench player, and Allison's the head coach. And Augusta is saying, wait, I'm the socialite that's hosting the parties. And Allison's like, no, I think I'm the socialite. Well, remember, we're lore producers that are discovering the history. That's the context of what our activity is. So we don't know who's the socialite. So if you guys are in conflict, then we're going to roll. And let's just choose a random one here. Let's just say it's merit, the amount of work done as part of a team. That's probably not what it would be. Let's just say that's what it is. And you guys are both going to roll a 1 through 5. So we're going to roll 2 numbers, 1 through 5. Allison, you got a 1, and Augusta gets a 3. So then Augusta would win that roll, which means Augusta would be, in the lore, the socialite running these events, even though she's also a player.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if the story would resolve who the socialite would be in the hook.
Did my levels influence that outcome, or it was just...
Yeah, your levels do influence that outcome.
Could you walk through how that...
Yeah. I'm going to cancel this since Brendan already updated it. So, let me refresh here and grab you off the page. And thank you, Migs, for taking care of that. Perfect. So, let's pick a better one. The socialite thing might be... let's do prestige.
I don't think a socialite can be a basketball player. I mean, that just doesn't work, does it? I'd love for Augusta to be, I mean, I don't know. It could work.
There's no limits here.
Okay, fair.
There's no, it could be a fox. It could be a pet. It's just like...
anything's possible.
Yeah, it could be somebody's dog.
Thank you. 100%.
Like, that's hilarious to me. So if the mysterious socialite ends up being somebody's dog. My goodness. Yeah, I like... Number 12 cracks me up. A mysterious protagonist dressed in a Boston Potatoes uniform and a plague doctor mask starts making appearances around town, rescuing people and stopping petty crimes.
Oh my gosh.
So, Carrie Strong is the one character who probably can't be, like, a main character in any of these story beats, because he's like a visiting character. But, this is fantastic. So, you guys debate which story beat you want to start tonight. I'm going to do the prompting for Felix Hofstetter, and I'll do that public. So that would be a notable fan. We have a notable fan prompt for Boston already. And y'all can chime in and talk about the story beats. You don't have to use the chat, is basically what I'm saying.
I'm lost on how to find where you guys are pulling up the chart, because like I looked at the wiki and I can see my levels there, but I'm not seeing...
I will post this thing again. Sorry. I'll post the link
and I'm
again.
focusing on my chart, I'm sorry. So we can go up to 20 or 40 per thing?
40 per 40. Category.
There's the character sheet. So on everybody's character sheet.
Can any of these facets be at 0, or do they need to be at least 1?
They have to be at least 1.
Okay.
And if you're lower than 5, you will always roll a 1 through 5, so you're sort of protected. So now, like, keep that in mind as you navigate. So you're trying to give yourself a head start in certain things, But then other things your character may not care about ever. And then as we power up, it's going to be really interesting. Really interesting how we get diversified in our power and how our behavior is governed, by this stuff. But yeah, so I will also explain another thing here. The normal level that you can reach as a cap is 77. Now you can also become a star in 2 additional, there's 4 facets per branch that are kind of like specialty facets. Now you can decide which ones those are and how you're angling the game, and you probably won't have to make the decision for a long time. But if you want to exceed past level 77 in any one of these facets, you can take two of them to level 99, and then 2 additional ones to level 121. Which means your total level as a character can be level 1,553. Now, there's titles that you earn as the game continues. So if you're level 1 through 263, you're a rookie. 264 to 530, you're a veteran. 531 to 777, you're a role player. Even if, I don't care if this math doesn't make sense to you. It is kind of random. So keep that in mind too.
Kamadi, real quick, sorry.
Yeah.
My P-plug, so I did this with you where I put my levels in. You sent me the P-plug character calculator, but it's like preset. It's not my character. I know the levels that I put in because they're on Allison's wiki, but I don't have the Excel sheet in front of me.
You need the same thing that I did. Did I delete it from the main? I don't think I did. Bella Wingate. Oh, maybe I did. Okay, that's a real easy thing to do.
Go up levels based on the outcomes of events. So like you'll end up modifying your levels.
Let's do this. Can you copy your stuff from the wiki into the sheet here?
Yeah, I can do that.
There you go. She's the first page here, and I'll just change it to like an orange. There you go. Sorry about that. I must have deleted the page because I should have kept that alive. And then if you guys import the document to your own drive and delete everybody else's page, that's fine. Or if you want to use this as your default, but just keep in mind this is an open edit page, and I don't want anybody to come in and accidentally delete. I mean, it's easy to restore the document. That's not the problem. But just for I want you guys to have a version of the document you can control. And so winning conflicts in the game gives you a player level points.
I'm noisy eating here. Sorry.
No, it's all good. Yeah, to answer Kyunga's question, winning conflicts in the game gives the player level points. Yes. So in the conflict we just imagined about the socialite argument, and we say that it's a prestige. Let's go grab Augusta's. Oh, she's here. I have too many tabs open all of a sudden. Close some of these. Okay. So if her prestige level is 3, she's rolling a 1 through 5 since she's lower than level 5. And Allison was also... actually don't know what her prestige level is. And shout out to Brendan because he's doing the pretty work. He's doing the work to make this wiki look good. Like this is what he's done so far in organizing the way it's going to look in the future. So he's cleaning it up and making it a better experience for us, and I really appreciate that, man.
Yeah, we super appreciate you. Sorry, I'm zoning out on trying to figure out. I'm pulling up Allison's chart and it's still showing me.
Yeah, it's
the default.
Yeah, well, I can do it real quick. Hold on a second.
I mean, I can change them. I can just copy them.
I don't have their original levels is the problem. So we have to.
Okay, yeah, I can edit it then and just change them based on the wiki.
Okay.
You don't have to do that.
Kamani,
okay.
Oh, the Kamani, this is Miggs. The Google spreadsheet that you sent, that would have my levels in there that I can use.
Yeah, I copied
we
it
already
over.
just-
So the one that's public here, if you scroll all the way to the right on these pages here, we have both Bella Wingates and Linus O'Shouts as your original levels. Oh, Johanna, you have Bella at level 41 skill. You cheater! I'm kidding.
I'm working on that shit right now.
You're
right
like
now.
it's hard, isn't it? The initial onboard, it's like a lot to consider.
Yeah, I'll be moving over to the final one in a moment.
And then Brandon, you're all the way to the right here on Linus O'Shouts. I don't have it formatted the same way, all pretty like the other ones. So that it's actually really easy to do that. But let me get back to adequate size so we can read it. Okay. Great news. Okay. The onboarding's Allison Narling. It'll take me 3 seconds to do it, Aaron. I'm just going to do it.
Okay, I'm all right.
Where's the tab for
I'm
Allison?
also just like basically writing them down so that I can alter them later.
Oh. No, check this out. This is what we need. Because you have to have the sheet to play. So you are level 5 ambition. Oops. 2 bouquet. 4 fame. 4 influence. 3 obliquity. 3 power. 2 savvy. You went 5 thespian.
Yes, I did. Drama.
5 acumen. Of course you went dreamer.
Allison didn't know how to keep her mouth shut.
8 entitlement. That's a good one to get because it's there might be a lot of them a lot of conflicts that are based on entitlement. You never know.
Oh, Allison is like entitled as fuck.
That's right, because she expects her players to treat her. She expects them to say thank you after. She's a ridiculous character. Let's be real.
She needs to give me all the credit. They need to give me all the credit.
3
I
courage,
just
3
realized that my
discovery.
character's already in leveled. Thank God.
Say what again, brother?
That I just saw that my character is already leveled. I was cracking my brain just now trying to figure it out.
Oh, I think I did that as a sample. So if you're ready to
And
roll
you're
for that, if that's fine, if you want those cement levels, that's cool.
Yeah,
So Aaron, you're ready to
absolutely fine. As I just said, I've been detached from reality. I'm trying to figure things out again, completely anew.
Oh yeah, and this is for just so nobody should ever feel stupid with this ever, because really it's a whole kind of a new behavioral experience in show business, entertainment, collaborative storytelling, and I really appreciate you guys embracing this. This is so cool.
Well, yeah, there's genius at work over here. Gotta let him do his job.
You guys are just amazing. The patience has been incredible. From our whole collective, we have so many project attachments. After 3 years, people they can look at you sideways and wonder what's going on. But as we kind of opened up the framework of this, when the Squid Game guy, who's Korean, they don't get a lot of showbiz opportunities to get financing, and he took 10 years to get his show financed. So anything less than that is a blessing and a privilege.
Yes.
And he had to sell the franchise to do it, which is why they did a Squid Game reality show that was literally just the game.
Yeah.
Which is...
Yeah.
What?
I saw that and I was like, I'm not watching this out of protest.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Fucked up.
That's what they do when they buy the franchise. It's like, do you not get why that was a show?
Right. They can do whatever garbage they want to it.
Yeah, it's nuts. So when you import, you just hit File and then Import to your own drive if you have Google. And then if you don't have Google and you're just like a public user, we'll just keep your sheet alive for you. I may move them to a different document, for each team. That might make a little bit more sense. And even beyond that, each story bead. So that way it's more organized and people kind of know where their character sheets are if they want us to kind of have the anchor document. But here's, this is Allison. You're ready to go. Carrie's ready to go.
Thank you.
Gerard's ready to go. Felix is not ready to go. Does the spreadsheet work on whatever device you're using, Bree? If not, like one of us can make the edits. I'm gonna do your prompting though, so somebody else can help Bree level up Felix here. Augusta's ready. Aline is a non-playable character. She's there at Media Day because she's a popcorn vendor. So, but I don't think she's actually going to be deciding any conflicts herself. Now, this is the thing where we can debate as early adopters if we want people to be able to role-play more than one character at a time. I'm kind of concerned about the potential for outcomes with that, because if people are role-playing more than one character at a time, they can really easily swing conflicts in their own direction.
Yeah, it's a little biased.
The only way that they can
100%.
do that is if they're truly honest to what the character is in the ecosystem, which means that they're going to get in conflict with their own characters, and they can't be biased.
It's a tricky situation when like if you roll into different characters. So that's bad.
Like Kianga has two characters in the chapter here. She has Augusta and Aline, who are sisters. And Aline, the cement details are hilarious. For some reason, she's like boycotting the team. Now, she doesn't work for the team directly. She works for the arena, but she's a popcorn vendor. And her younger sister is a player on the team. So that's probably like makes her a little uncomfortable. I don't know. I'm not trying to. I don't want to plant any story cement past what's already on the wiki.
Yeah.
But
Drama.
Like if Kianga were to roleplay both characters, you should level up Aline too, just so we're clear. But if you were role-playing both characters, basically whatever conflict that Augusta's in, we would have to decide as early adopters if Aline could vote and vouch in that conflict, or if she has to sideline herself. That might be the solution. So with Felix, we're going to go ahead and do the prompting, and then we're going to get into the game, and then we'll wrap it up. So what I need to find
is there anybody else that needs their character levels put in the wiki? I can do that if you
me for Carrie, but it's a different.
I just finished mine.
Okay, if you want to screenshot it and put it in the chat, I will do that for you on the wiki if you want.
She's on an iPad, so let me screenshot it real quick.
Thank you.
Bella, right? Okay.
So, Imani, should I? So I forgot I have two characters. In that situation, should I? How do I approach this? Or should I get another person? Should I try to recruit someone to do this with me and play the other character? Is that the ideal scenario?
Or we could just, does Aline need to be in this role play? Like, we could just have Augusta be
She's
there.
and like where I'm at with somebody who has two characters in a story bead, is one of them is the main character that they're role playing. The other one's just there that they can kind of like say they can kind of use to introduce new conflict. But the non-playable character would never be in. They can't really level them up. So they have a main character that is their character that they can level up, and then their sideline character is there, and they should have their levels decided. Because basically think of it this way: it's a story, for lack of a better word, investment. You don't know. You're not role playing Aline right now, but you might do her you might role play her in the future. And you might role play her in a different story context too. You could be role playing her in American football.
So does she need her levels right now? Because
that would be fun. I think that would be useful, but it's if it's like a head racker to do the levels, then I get it. I'm trying to make this a little bit more readable.
Yes,
yes, sir. Espion is missing on Bella. Is that Bella's that you're doing right now?
Oh yeah.
The bottom.
Well, she's on an iPad, so she probably has the dark screen version. Does that sound accurate, Johanna?
I do, because I'm in Google Sheets, but yeah, Thespian's missing right there. Okay.
So there we go.
By the way, on the wiki, when you input the numbers, they don't self-total.
No, they don't. I can't figure that out on the wiki.
Okay, well, maybe that's something to put on our list.
But that's why we just update. We do the wiki update at the end of the roleplay, and that it's not super important to. I think it's best for the experience to have it done as soon as possible. But that's like we're all understanding that it's a manual process right now, and then we're building the stage work for the automatic process.
Exactly. Humble beginnings.
Yeah, and experience-focused beginnings too. I think that's my best angle on that.
A collective
I'm about to
learning
screenshot
experience.
this for you. I just want to make sure it's readable.
Okay, yeah, it was really hard deciding on some stuff. I know Bella's supposed to be like really into supporting the players' growth and team morale, but yeah, it was really hard spreading the numbers out.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is just have fun with it. You don't have to, like...
a challenge, for sure.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't want anybody, like, fretting over the levels when they're onboarding. Like, if you just, like... It's sort of like a way that you're challenging yourself, so you're just like, okay, I'm going to go 19 Gall, 19 Entitlement, and 19 Fortitude, and just see what happens. You know what I mean? Like, you can do it that way. It might make for... You're going to be a little weaker in the early game, but if there's ever a conflict based on any of those things, you have a really strong chance of winning.
Yeah. Just checking to see if there's anybody else who needs their levels input into Wiki. I thought there was someone else that said they needed help, or are we all set?
Is Carrie's in there too?
Kamani fixed mine, Migs. That was me that we did it.
Perfect. Okay. Awesome.
Thanks for being patient today, guys. It is the first experience of this. We did do a couple sample sessions on Twitter Spaces building up to this. And so let me put this in Discord. This is for... Oh, wait. Is Spud Record... Oh, sorry, Bree. My goodness. We're all moderators on stage, but there we go. Does the audio work now?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, I'm going to turn off my camera. I'm just going to be this.
I'm dying to see this working in a group, because you and I have kind of role-played some of these story beats, but I'm really interested in seeing this happen tonight.
Isn't it fun? I do it on GPT all the time. I've trained GPT to... In fact, we're going to... the next two stages, I'm going to show you guys the prompt for Ecosystem Professional. Here it is. And I'm going to pull your details for Felix from Discord here. Okay, and Brendan, this is great for you too. You know, while I'm on the prompt, I'll use this as a chance to explain some of our lingo. Where's the Felix thing? Felix Ivan Hostvetter. Okay. So Ecosystem Professional prompt. Now I trained ChatGPT and Google Bard to basically write in my sports media style, which is super generic. It's like, I'll show you guys my original resource. It's kingsfans.com. Am I auto logged in? Thank goodness.
When you write in that style, Kamani, is that voice that you demonstrated earlier, that 1940s sportscaster voice going on in your head? Yeah,
and it kind of works for that too. So you can see here that I have not been active on this site since 2009. But when you look at my postings, you see all my sports articles here. Kings at Lakers 3-2-2012. So I actually did a lot of this writing from 2005 to 2012, and I used my my work from this site to, well, I got real lazy in 2012. So I was in my senior year of undergrad. I don't know. I don't want to dig through this stuff right now, but what do we got here? Is there a really good example of it? Let's go super old. Oh, okay. Yeah, these grades are a great example. Okay. Oh, I didn't write those ones. Anyway.
Maybe we take your word for it.
Well, there's so much stuff on this site. Yeah, I was a really. We used to do fantasy drafts of like literally fantasy drafts. So this is a thread where I was drafting and doing write-ups on my supervillain team. Anyway, Venom 7. Don't dox that out publicly, but it's Venom 7 on kingsfans.com if you ever want to go look through my history on there and kind of see the framework. But you have to go really old to get to the game threads and the actual sports articles I was writing on there. And I didn't realize it because I was just doing fan community work, but that was my start in sports media. So that brings me to the ecosystem professional prompt for Felix. We have 4 character classes in the game. I think we went over this, but we got the notable fan, the ecosystem professional, the team coach, and the syndicate player. Now, from game to game, the player will change, but the rest of it will probably be the same. Each role kind of has subclasses. Like if you're a D&D person, like if you're a wizard, there's subclasses. If you're a cleric, there's subclasses. So our wizard is, a team coach. Our warrior is a player. Our cleric is like an ecosystem professional, and our bard is a fan. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of the way to translate it. And then we have these subclasses. So an ecosystem professional has 3 different subclasses you can be. There's the team staff, which is Eileen is she's service professional. So there's team staff, which Kerry Strong is a team staff professional. He works directly for the Los Angeles Wet Fountains, and he's basically the guy who controls the press output. He's the editor of all written materials published for the team. And because he has a fear of missing out, he's going to join us in 1939 Boston Potatoes War. There's the media professional, which is what I was. I was a photojournalist that covered the very worst professional basketball team for just a hair under 10 years. And around halfway through, I decided to produce a sports media influencer series where I was making content as bad as the team. And it really is like everything is deliberately decided to be terrible. And I did it so thoroughly that it's hard to watch. But once you get it, it's actually really funny to watch. So it's an interesting cognitive exercise. Then there's the service professional, which are people that don't work for the team, but they work around the professional environment. So Aline Oliver is a great example because she's a popcorn vendor that works for the arena. So she's there. She's there to contribute to the lore. It makes sense that she's in the story. And then now let's get into our really weird key terms that we have for our universe. So in basketball, there's the free throw concept where if somebody like attacks you on a play, it's called a foul. And if you're shooting, you go to the line to shoot a free throw, where you get a free throw of the basketball. We call them free-to-pults, like a catapult. And you always take a 2-step running start. Now, the goofy thing is, it doesn't matter what steps the directions are in. So you can take a 2-step backwards running start if you wanted to. It's just a way to spice the game up and get it different from real basketball. And also, free-to-pull is hella stupid. So, following that up, we have the 3-boucher, which is what a 3-pointer is in basketball. Now, if you shoot it backwards, like this, or you just throw it over your head backwards, or you do like a sideways hook shot backwards, it's worth 4 points if it goes in. So that's going to make for really interesting game-winning moments and stuff for you guys to recreate in memes. If there's a really good defender that's shutting a player down or a team shutting another player down, it's called vaulting. A basketball court has a semicircle arc that kind of goes around it, where if you make a shot from beyond that arc, it's worth 3 points. And if you make a shot from within that arc, it's worth 2 points. So that's why if you make a shot from beyond that arc backwards, or like sideways, or like with some kind of goofy mechanic, it's actually going to be worth 4 points in our game. The corner of this area is in normal basketball it's called the corner, but in our world it's called the skinny angle. And literally some of this jargon is just because it's stupid. And we're making a sports documentary. I want to hear characters say skinny angle on camera. It's just, exactly. Now, also on a basketball court, there is a rectangle that's kind of directly underneath the basket that extends out. And at the top of the rectangle is the free throw line. That's where people would take their two-step running start to shoot the free throws or the free-to-pulls. And they have to stay within the semicircle that's in the top of that rectangle. That rectangle is just called the chimney. At the top of the rectangle, where that free throw line, the corners of it, that's called the chimney. And then the entire rectangle is usually painted a different color than the rest of the court. And in basketball, we call it the paint. But in our world, we call it the porridge. And the whole thing is because it's going to make for stupid sports documentary moments. Now we have the BSofA, which is our professional basketball organization in our world. It's called the Basketball Syndicate of America. And notice on the prompt, I have to tell it to replace all NBA with BSofA, otherwise it'll think we're talking about NBA. Every team has a basketball god, which sometimes isn't like an actual deity, sometimes it's a concept. Like the zodiac signs really aren't deities, but they're more of concepts, but we kind of embodied them into the original basketball gods of the first 12 teams. And that's going to be a kind of a repeat scenario. So every league starts with 12 teams, and every league will have the original 12 zodiacs as their sport gods for the original 12 teams. And then we'll expand from there. Additionally, every team has a power element. I'm huge into elemental storytelling. Like, I grew up on Pokemon, you know what I'm saying? Like, I love that stuff. So we have that built into our world. And for Boston Potatoes, our basketball god is Capricorn, and the team element is Earth. I also put for the professional prompt, some of the job titles have weird lore titles, you know. So an editor, which is what Carrie Strong's character is called a filter, and a journalist is called a lore bard. And as we continue the game, if you guys have contributions for job titles that are really fun and fit the context of our sport punk reality, absolutely put them in. This is our property we're developing together, so if you want a detail in there that other people can enjoy using, and you think it's a good contribution, put it in. So if the popcorn vendor changes his name to a Colonel, that's so dumb. But we could do that because the whole point of it is when the meme comes up on the documentary, if it's a talking head meme, where if you like The Office, it's a cutaway and your character's just talking to your phone as a talking head kind of thing, and you're describing the moment from the lore, it's a really easy production setup, so that's going to be a standard contribution. The chyron that we put under your character will have the name and then their profession. So for like a journalist, it'll say lore bard, and for Carrie Strong, it'll say filter. And maybe for the popcorn vendor, it just says popcorn vendor, because I think that's inherently funny. But then it might say Colonel. That's what you guys decide a popcorn vendor is. So here we have Felix Ivan Hofstetter. Bria, you're live on mic now?
Yes, I'm back. I had the duty.
Okay, so we have him as a ballsmith. A ballsmith is another goofy title. They, you know how a blacksmith makes weapons? Well, a ballsmith makes sporting equipment, and specifically the balls.
That's why I'm $1,000 there, because people usually buy balls in the pair.
And we're not going to spoil the arc, though, right? I guess we don't. It doesn't matter, but I would like to do it through the role play. Is basically today we can get it done. So
the other one that I have, that other idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I say they. They make basketballs. So for weird titles, we want to tell the prompt what the hell it actually is. I'm making this note for Brendan and also because we're recording this. Let me get back on that note, back to the stage. Okay, Oh wait, I do need that. Okay, so we have, first of all, and it's 9:20 East Coast, so we'll get into the, oh, I promise to get into the actual roleplay in 10 minutes, maybe 15. I need this picture. This is her character, and I need to do the Photoshop treatment. I don't know if we'll ever have a bot that actually does the treatment to make our concept art. I think I always have to be the one. But also, we're going to end up hiring artists like Johanna to replace all of the concept art and throughout the entire show.
That's really exciting.
Yeah, we're just, you know what I'm saying? It's all bounty system. So this is literally just concept art, and we're using AI to bring the product to life. Otherwise, it'd be pretty hard to bring this to life. But
yeah, no, I can't wait.
And then beyond that, the art style is perfect. There's a guy named let me show you guys the art prompt. This is great. And Kianga, these generators are linked on the wiki, so when we need to generate more characters for your lore establishment, and when you have your community project set up, this is what you just set people down, and they can use the generator, and they can come up with their details. They can put them in the character into the show that way, and then they do what we're doing. It ultimately won't take this long. This is honestly at most it's a 10-minute process to get a character from the generator to the wiki. Ultimately, it's a really quick process. And it'll be even quicker with a bot. This guy's great. B tier fan, chaotic formal, honeybee pebble, wealth tier Barnaby budget, which is wage labor, no benefits. He's a 53-year-old political scientist. That's awesome. Okay, so right now, let's get back to the prompt here. Basketball, ballsmith, he works for the Boston Potatoes. I don't need to make any note on the potatoes. You're driven by, yeah, this guy's a nuisance, okay? This is what produced on the generator for Bree a little bit earlier. State, interference, and manipulation. By the way, when I did the generators, I didn't use any AI. I was just sitting there, like, I was just sitting there writing down what I thought was funny. And for ecosystem professionals, their character drives and their professional goals are open details, so they can be whatever you want. The generator's there to help people get ideas across, but they're not. They don't need to stick to those details. Some character details, like the fan commitments and the player styles, player classes, coach demeanors, and coach playbooks, those are all fixed list details.
For the alignment, I was wondering if I could change that from
absolutely.
Chaotic bad to chaotic good, because I just think that would be more ironic.
Okay.
Spontaneous, it'll be fun.
There's the alignment chart, and I'm going to post the character generator here so Cal can play around with it. And you'll see here on the character generator that all of the links at top, we have all generators here linked on the same page. They're just different character styles, so they generate different details. Now, for 1939, all the players and coaches are already, they're called story cement or pregnant monkey characters. So they're available to claim, same property mechanic. The character's owned by the person who buys it. So, like, let's say that Crystal really likes this experience and she goes on to get a version 2 collectible and register Gerard under her ownership to continue the game. That would be a syndicate player that's a pregnant monkey character. So that means everything that's canon up to January 1939 is cement. It's not really there's not too many details, but there's enough details for you to get a good picture of who that person is. And then you can expand the past of the person however much you want. You don't need to do anything within our lore environment to expand the past. But to go anything beyond January 22nd, 1939, or whenever our lore game starts, that's now a process that we go through together as a collaborative journey. And then as that process continues, as the chronology continues, we'll get to 1940, 1941, etc. Now you're able to make your content within the terms of press pass development, and then you can also make whatever the hell other content you want to make. So if there's something from Gerard's past that has nothing to do with the professional basketball story that you want to go explore, like maybe he met the guy who invented the ice cream scoop, Alfred Crawley, and Alfred Crawley was erased by history because everybody copied his idea and nobody gave him any credit. So he was completely erased in the annals of history. He died penniless, never made any money from his invention. So maybe, maybe Augusta Oliver meets this guy, and Kianga wants to go make a short film about her character meeting Alfred Crawley and celebrate the history of Alfred Crawley. We got nothing to go for it. Don't even offer us any money. Like seriously, that's your property. We don't, you know what I'm saying? Like there's no splits. There's nothing. That's yours. You want to say, hey, I don't know. I don't remember when Augusta. She's like 18 and where we're starting the story. But when she was 12, she met this guy. You want to go get your niece or somebody in your family who's like 12 or 13, make a short film with her. Everybody's got a really fancy phone these days, so the cameras on the phones are better than the cameras I was buying for $3,000 15 years ago, which were top-notch SLRs. So everybody is a high level. Like they're shooting feature films on iPhones now. They shot scenes from the new Avatar, the blue alien Avatar, on the dang iPhone. That's crazy. It's crazy.
It is wild.
So that means everybody has the same access to that top level equipment, and your meme styles. Let's do this before I finish the prompt. This is the last kind of game detail. Is it here? Oh, by the way, our world expands. This is a huge, huge world. So we're starting with basketball. We're going into American football with the next lore game, which will probably be 2 or 3 years from now. Then after that, it'll be hockey, then soccer, then mixed martial arts and wrestling, which we've combined into one thing. Then handball, which was going to be entirely in Estonian, which is sort of a dying language, and I want to kind of get into the habit. Anyway, I don't know how many of it. I don't think any of it. I'll role play in Estonian. I don't give a crap. But I just know that's going to be super popular by the time we get to this scale. Anyway, let's main page. I want the lore game page, lore producer page. Let me post this in the chat too. There's a lot of details. There's a lot of different pages. So here's the content acceptable for the game. Lore meme. So first of all, there's positions that we call collection benchmark achievements. It's a puzzle. You're buying pieces to collaborate with. If you have less than 25 pieces, you are a lore wrangler or a lore producer. Those are the two titles that are under 25. If you have 1 through 6 pieces, you're a lore producer. If you have 7 through 24 pieces, you're a lore wrangler. And if you have more than 25 pieces, you're a lore master. So that angles you in different positions for the game. A lore producer is very simply you're playing, 1 to 6 seasons with your character, and you own everything that you're doing. A lore wrangler is you're playing significant amount of time with your character, at least 7 seasons, and you're able to run an adventure, just like what I'm doing now tonight for the roleplay. I'm setting up whatever adventure we choose. Did we decide on what one we want to do? Are we going to do the socialite one? Or we want to do the plague doctor mask one? That's fun.
Should we have a conflict over this?
Yeah, we could do that. That's fun. Ooh, that's a great idea.
So what is the list? What is the list of beats that we can play, and then
that's here.
Demonstrate a conflict.
We have 20 different beats, but the last 2 are kind of not ones that we can The last two are more of seasonal arcs. People can go into the seasonal arc and specifically tell story there, but that's not the one we're going to start off today. So 19 and 20 are off the table. So 19 is basically the game-by-game season arc, and then 20 is the overall world arc, which is like, there's war, it's 1939 and World War II starting to develop. It's already raging in some places. So that is the backdrop.
Okay. Okay, I vote for Something Surreal is Afoot with the mascot Bison Spud Pig.
That's a great one, because of what Bree and I have set up. Something Surreal is Afoot with the mascot Bison Spud Pig.
So what else is going on? What other ones do people like?
Well, I'll put it up on screen. You guys vote 1 through 20 in chat. Or, sorry, 1 through 18 in chat. I'll just leave it on screen and everybody gets a say.
Okay.
I'm gonna just put 3. Yeah, I like 3.
Wait, I gotta read these real quick.
How many people we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 people. So 3 of 8 are voting 3. And it's totally okay to comment. Remember, we're all rolling for this. So even if you have a conflicting story bead, you could win.
Series itself is more distant. Oh, the underground ping pong gambling ring emerges. That's kind of fun. The mysterious Boston socialite holds a masquerade ball that becomes the talk of the town.
I did 14 with GPT, where a local baker creates a line of potato pastries inspired by the team. But the problem with GPT is it cannot be creative like human beings. It just can't. The AI will never I don't think it'll ever do anything like artistic-wise. I don't think it'll ever be I don't think it'll be useful for anything beyond like concept art. Now, a lot of corporations are going to try to replace real artists with it, but I don't think their products are gonna win.
It still needs humans to tell it what to do and to layer it and to work with. So yeah, I don't think we're in danger.
I don't either. It's crazy how people think that there's just some kind of robot apocalypse coming.
Yeah, everybody's hair is on fire about AI and AI writing and AI art and.
Bree, you had a live mic, so I muted you for a second, but I'm gonna unmute. But and you guys tell me if you hear an echo from me or if you hear my live mic, just tell me to mute. But I'm gonna unmute and then there we go. Perfect. What? It's still live. What did I do here?
There's some kind of static I'm hearing.
Okay, I'll just.
Yeah, I'm hearing it too.
It's
but I don't know if that was Aaron. I think Aaron might have the static.
No, actually. It's not me. I hear it.
It's coming from Spudrucker. I don't want to mute her because that's a moderator mute, and then we have to unmute her. But if she mutes herself, then she has control over it. So I'm gonna unmute again.
I just muted this one, but I've got the feedback too, so I'm not sure which one it was. The
That's
other
your
account
iPad
I have
account, right?
muted, but this is the only one where it'll let me audio from.
I'm sorry, but that is so muffled. I can barely understand anything being said.
I can't hear it either.
Honestly, Spudrucker, you sound like the teacher in Charlie Brown.
Yeah, it's a little bit like a womp 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 womp.
It's really funny, actually.
That's true.
Isn't there like a keyboard shortcut for muting?
My technology doesn't work.
Okay. Well, if you just hit the microphone on your iPad when you're to mute and unmute. Yeah. Okay. Is it any more static for anybody? It could be me.
No more static.
That seems good.
Okay, so we have 1 vote. We have 4 votes for story bead number 3. Bella voted for story bead number 7, which is the socialite track.
Gotta be
so
contrarian.
we don't have votes from Rarball, Aaron, or Bree, or Crystal. No, Crystal's number 3. Never mind.
Budrucker.
No, my
either.
character isn't necessarily
I like-
potatoes. I thought I'm gonna just let y'all
I like the
decide.
socialite one.
Which one is that?
That's number 7.
That one. 7. Okay.
You want throw a 7 in the chat for me, Aaron?
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't able. My screen wasn't up. I couldn't see it. Now I can.
You're fine. I can
Yeah,
always
cast your
read
votes
out.
in the chat, everybody. Budrucker, are you doing a vote? Oh, there.
She
You
says she
can't
can't
read
read
them.
them, so she's open to any. So far, I won't read them all out loud, but the number 7 is a mysterious Boston socialite holds a masquerade. Wait a minute. A mysterious Boston socialite holds a masquerade ball that becomes the talk of the town, with some protagonist trying to score an invitation to the exclusive event. And then number 3 is something surreal is afoot with a mascot, Bison Spudpig.
Okay.
I think
Tell us
Bree's going to
about
vote number
Bison
3 because it's
Spudpig.
part of our arc that we pre-planned. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's the
7.
Spud Pig.
I think it's Spudpig.
That's consensus, but we're going to roll the conflict.
Okay.
And let's do it this way. I don't want to roll. I don't think I want to
Democracy
roll
is-
everybody's characters right now. It's going to take too long. That's why our conflicts are usually only there's up to 5 people. There's up to 5 story angles that are ever rolling in a conflict. So if 2 characters enter a conflict and your character says, "Oh well, I want a 3rd angle," you can absolutely do that. You can troll other people's conflicts. It's going to happen all the time, actually. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 votes for number 3, and 2 votes for number 7.
So even in a consensus, you still run a conflict. So
Yeah, because
okay.
there's no consensus here. It's always a level head-to-head level roll. Okay, here's what we'll do. We're going to go to the public calculator. I'm going to pick 2 random characters to represent each side. So we're going to use here it is. We're going to use Linus to represent number 3, and we're going to use Aaron to represent number 7.
That's a 1, by the way. Is that a 7 or a 1 on the left?
Aaron wrote 7. There's 2 votes for 7 and 1
No,
vote for
I
3.
mean on the screen, the little screen with the numbers.
Oh
There's
yeah,
a 3
well we
on the
haven't
right.
voted on the fulcrum yet. So what's the fulcrum of this story beat roll?
Oh, okay. The fulcrum. Oh, what it's gonna. The
What do
fulcrum
you guys
is
think
like
it's based
what-
on emotionally between the socialite and the surreal mascot?
Oh, like the tension and conflict between those 2 choices is what you're saying?
Yeah,
Like,
what emotion is it based on?
What's?
I think it's influence. So I'm gonna put A12 in chat because that's what it is. See how it goes. Or you can go ABC12, whatever one highlights this particular facet. So A12 is me for clout, but if you have a different facet, that's fine.
Okay.
But Brent, so we're demonstrating the kind of the conflict here. So Aaron and Brendan are not voting on the facet because you guys are directly representing each conflict.
Yeah.
And everybody else votes.
You're in.
Choose like ambition or something because that's like my highest. So like that's why they got to choose.
So you guys pick, if you just want to pick randomly A, D, or G, 1 through 22, or sorry, 3 through 22, that could be a fun approach too. You don't need to like think about it too hard. So Johanna chose G3, which is acceptance. I love that. So far we have the suggestions of influence and acceptance. Let's do this.
Wait, how is G3 acceptance? That's G1. Oh no, never mind. It's G3. Never mind.
Yeah, the first 2 rows are fixed rows. Sorry.
Yeah,
If it makes
I
more
gotcha.
sense, if it does make more sense to just consider this G1 and G20, then I'm fine with that too.
No, I get it though.
Wait, what are we doing now in terms of
We're voting on
resolving the
the
conflict?
emotional basis of the conflict between the stories that we're kind of choosing between. And the first story is
And you call
there's
that the
something
fulcrum?
a fulcrum facet, yeah.
Fulcrum
And the first
facet,
story
okay.
is there's something surreal with the mascot, Sir Bison Spud Pig. Pregnant
Okay.
monkey. I don't know what's surreal about it. I don't even know who the mascot is.
It's so intriguing, that little story beat. Yeah, like, what is that?
It could go any direction. What does that even mean, you know? And then the other one is a mysterious socialite holds a masquerade ball every 3 months, which means there's probably going to be 3 or 4 masquerade balls throughout the season. And then we have D6. Ooh. So D6 is dedication. Okay.
So it's influence, dedication, acceptance.
Yeah, and we are missing votes from Kianga, Rarball, and Crystal.
What do I do?
Just you're picking one of the emotions that the conflict is based on. It doesn't have to be anything that we pick, but if you agree with me, you'll pick influence. If you agree with Spudrucker, you'll pick dedication. And if you agree with Yo-Yo, you'll pick acceptance. But you could pick your own. It's complete self-autonomy within the list that's available here.
And you pull them from the P plug that you filled out for your character, the different facets and levels. You're just looking at
any of Cloud, Skill, or Zhejian. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It can be any of it.
Yeah. That's 2 levels for dedication, or 2 votes for dedication.
I can't vote, right? And we can't vote.
Yeah, you guys are directly representing each conflict side. And then G3 again from Rarball. So that's 2 votes for acceptance, 2 votes for dedication, 1 vote for influence, and we're missing.
I'm still just conceptually grasping. So the emotional conflict is between the characters, or am I thinking about the difference between the 2 story beats?
Traditionally they're between the characters, but this is sort of a demonstration of the interaction system. But I am going to I will award a level to Linus or Allison, like an official level in the lore.
Right. Yeah, because I was already thinking as a bystander for the story.
So
I don't want to, I don't want to influence it too much, of course.
No, have fun. Who cares? If Carrie's all up in Boston's Media Day causing havoc and then never shows up again, I'm here for that, man. That's hilarious. Come on now.
No, okay, then I get that.
You're just out here causing problems, for another team's Media Day. B17. Okay, so B17 is Panache. I love it. Okay, so
Panache. That's good.
We have 2 leads between dedication and acceptance, so we're going to roll that here. And we're just going to roll, I'll just roll 1 through 5 always to represent 2 neutral choices. That's just going to be our default mechanic. We're going to roll 2 numbers, 1 through 5. This is going to determine the winner of the fulcrum facet. Then the rest of the 3 are the sidelines.
I'm confused.
Okay, acceptance is the fulcrum facet. So just bear with me. Just bear with me. So basically what happened here is we have a conflict between the story beads that we're deciding. Normally we don't decide story beads through conflict. This is just for our particular roleplay group tonight.
Oh, okay.
Just to get the grasp of how it works.
Yeah, because I wanted to give you guys a choice on what we're actually doing today.
So acceptance was the one most voted on?
Well, there was equal votes between acceptance and dedication, so I rolled them as a neutral choice option with a 5-side die for acceptance, a 5-side die for dedication, and that's what this is over here. Okay. So dedication rolled a 1, that's the first one, because it's just in the order, and then acceptance rolled a 5. So that means acceptance wins as the fulcrum facet, and the sideline facets are going to be... And the lore master, this is a good example of what the lore master can do for every conflict. They can put it in chat to help people organize it.
Now, why is influence and panache relegated to sideline facets? Why?
No, there's only
I'm
one vote.
confused.
The other two got 2 votes each. So Influence and
I
Panache
see.
only got 1 vote each. So they weren't competitive.
It's like second and third place, Migsy.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I didn't see that the multiple votes there. Okay. So those two rose to the top. I got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now we're going to look at your acceptance levels. So Allison is level 1. You're rolling a 1 through 5, and you're the first number on the dice on our roller here. And Migsy, you are. That's a big sheet. I'll fix that later. You're also level 1. So we're just do the same thing. 1 through 5. All right, guys. Who do you think is gonna win? All right, Allison versus Linus. And it is the socialite versus the surreal mascot. First number is socialite. Yeah. Second number is surreal mascot, and we're stopping. Surreal mascot won. Okay.
Which one we got? What surreal mascot or surreal mascot?
Story beat number 3. The something surreal is happening with the mascot.
Oh, cool.
So that's the one we're doing.
Sorry, Aaron.
Now we have our conflict. We rolled for it. The two numbers represent both of us.
Yeah, we have our story beat. And we're going to ask GPT to produce the hook for us, and then we'll get into it. So now,
I had a quick question. How did the first roll, determining acceptance as the fulcrum and the sideline, how did that influence? Because it seemed like you just rolled. How is that connected to the deciding roll?
Gotcha. Okay, I'll walk you guys through the chat real quick. So if everybody loads up the chat, we first voted on the story bead that we're telling. Normally that's not what happens. Normally you just pick the story bead you're going to do, or that you enter the game into, and then you can trade around with other people as you advance. But since we're such a small group and we're the first people, we have open choice as to what we're doing. So instead of me being a tyrant about it and being like, let's do story bead number 7, I opened it up to the room, and we looked at the sheet, and Brandon chose surreal mascot story bead number 3. I chose that, so did you, Kianga, and Crystal, and Spudrucker, who we can call her Bree. I don't think that's doxing, but I call her Bree. So Spudrucker, Migsy, Kianga, Kamani, and Crystal all voted for the surreal mascot storyline, and Johanna and Aaron voted for the socialite storyline. So instead of doing any complicated math with that, I just chose Aaron's character to represent the socialite storyline, and Migsy's character to represent the surreal mascot storyline. And this was just to demonstrate how we navigate the conflict interaction in the story. Let me turn on my camera so it's more personable. This was just to demonstrate the conflict interaction. This is not normally how we decide the story bead. You just choose it. You look at the list and you're like, okay, I want to enter the story through this adventure. And if there's room in the adventure, then you've signed up. You claim a spot. There's up to 16 spots in each adventure to start. And then if you are in your adventure and you want to trade with somebody else, it doesn't matter how important you are to the adventure. You can trade with another character. In my opinion, it's going to lead to some really unhinged turns in the story. So that's what we're here for.
Normally, go ahead.
Kianga, so you were asked, it was Kianga that was asking the question, right?
Yeah, the significance of us picking A12, G3, etc.
Okay, so you were choosing randomly different facets that our characters have levels on. So we were going to see how we were going to roll based on which level both of our characters had for that facet. So you guys voted for a facet, and that facet was, I believe, acceptance. So he asked both of us, which level our characters had in acceptance, and then our characters each had level 1. So he rolled just numbers 1 through 5 in the random number generator for both of us. Which, so I was represented by the number on the left, and Migsy was represented by the number on the right. And then he just let the random number generator go, and then he stopped it, and whichever number was higher, that was the character who won or the decision that was decided upon. In this case, it's the story beat, but normally it's what interactions happen between the two characters.
I understood everything the two of you have just said, but then I'm still missing where acceptance and the sideline facets like have anything to do
With the conflict?
with that final roll of the dice.
Oh, I see.
So in this instance, we are we're just displaying how it would make more sense when we're doing it the way that we'll actually do it, which is between two conflicts between two different characters. Okay. It will make a lot of sense because it will be like whoever has most acceptance, they have more of a chance to like win this conflict between each other. But we were just using two of our characters to represent two different decisions, the decision being the story bead. So the facets didn't really make any sense to the story bead decision. That was just deciding what numbers we were going to roll for each of our characters.
Okay, I think you just said the piece that I missed, which was like the facets are the input numbers that you use. I mean, I may have like not seen that. I didn't see that. I didn't track.
So the number pertaining to the facet, we want to look at what each of our characters, their level is in that facet, and it gives us an advantage or a disadvantage in any conflict that we're having. So if Migsy's acceptance level for his character was 5 and mine was 1, he would definitely have a better chance of like, things happening in his favor.
Okay, this is key. This is the part that wasn't like visible for me. So,
okay, if I can answer your question, that's what I'm doing.
So you put one. So both of your characters had a 1 for acceptance. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
And then you put both.
So we were equal level. So we rolled just a 1 through 5 for both of us. It would be different if Migsy's or my number was higher. We would roll 1 through 10 for somebody or something. I don't know what the numbers are specifically. But it would be like someone's got 1 through 5 and someone's got 1 through 10. Obviously, when their dice are rolling, they're going to have a higher chance of getting a higher number. You know what I mean?
Is this a custom die? Like, is this program specifically for the purposes of this game, or was that not necessary?
This thing over here is just a website, but it just suits our game so well, and I didn't need a programming tool, so that's pretty cool. But the concept is kind of like rolling a dice, but the level, like the dice could have 70 sides. And you could theoretically be in conflict against somebody who's like a level 70 opportunity, and you're a level 1 opportunity, but you roll a 3 and they roll a 2. They could roll a 2 out of 70. So you could beat them in the conflict, even being a level 1.
In a situation like that,
if you have the higher number, that it necessarily gives you a better chance of winning the dice roll.
Yes, if you're higher level in that facet or whatever, you will have a better chance of having a result in your favor.
Can I ask, in a situation like that, where like if 1 is up against a 70 person, and the underdog wins, David and Goliath kind of thing, does that reward the underdog in a way?
That's something for us to discuss. I've thought about this. I did think about this. If somebody wins a multiplier, that's what we would call it too, a David and Goliath situation, where I don't know what the multiplier would be, but if maybe somebody has like 5 times your level cap, past level 10, somebody has 5 times your level cap, and you win that interaction, then there might be like you get to add 2 levels to a sideline instead of 1. That would be kind of the way to reward.
Not like a 70. It wouldn't be like winning the Powerball, basically. I mean,
well, that's the thing for us to discuss. If you guys want to go plus 5, I'm here for that.
disadvantage, with such a strong disadvantage, it could be really exciting rather than to sort of go into the roll die resigned, like, oh, I'm going to lose. You could be excited, like, oh my God, if I win,
I see that.
what,
So what do you guys think should
what
be
is
the
that going to
answer?
mean? Yeah.
Do we go
Anyway,
plus
that's just a
10?
thought.
Do we go plus 5? Like,
Yeah.
with the level
Or
system
plus
that's in
70.
place, and we earn one level conflict by conflict, the reward for winning a David and Goliath conflict does make sense to be a multiplied reward. I just don't know the scale of the multiplier. Is it plus 4 levels? That seems kind of reasonable. But is that enough to get excited about winning? Is it plus 5? Is it plus 10?
Well, what about the difference? 69.
Or do you get to or maybe you get to just do plus 3 in every sideline passer. That's a good reward. That's pretty cool.
It's a good concept to add, definitely.
What constitutes an underdog, though? Like,
that's another thing we can decide.
A 1 to 20, a 1 to 50, a 1 to 70. If you're up against a 1 to 100.
Like if you're
like
rolling, if you're level 1 and you're rolling against like a level 20, I don't necessarily think that's a David and Goliath underdog.
Okay.
Because you're rolling a 5, they're rolling a 20. They still have a 20. You know, that's still percentage-wise pretty competitive. But at some point,
maybe it's the difference. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go for it.
Maybe it's the difference divided by 20. So the difference is like, you know, what, 69 divided by 20. So that would be, what is that? 69 divided by 20. 3 point.
I think the gap needs to be a little wider. I think it needs to be 35.
So it'd be like 35. 3. Yeah, plus 3. Maybe that's a way you get that point advantage. Like maybe it's plus 3 on all 20 levels or something like that. Anyway, we don't need to take up time here talking about it. We can,
okay.
We can ideate and then have a conflict resolution at another party.
Yeah, and we're about to hop into this. So I know it's 10 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll take
let's
too
do
long.
it for real.
Yeah, let's do it for real. The last step is I'm just going to put a wiki article up for Felix Hostetter. In fact, Brendan, if you could help me out with that, just by getting the just like copying your notable fan. Wait, no, he's a service professional. So if you copy Patton's page to a new page, and I'm going to give you his name here, and you start the page with this. Oh crap! Let me do it on DM because I was filling out a message for Kianga in chat. Here's the name in DM. So if you copy Patton Florida's page, and you replace the name with Felix Ivan Hostetter, I'll have the image ready shortly, and I'll have his article ready shortly. And then, in the meantime, I will ask GPT to set the hook of the story for the surreal potatoes. Yeah, people get together, they have a scenario with characters, and they role-played, and they work together. No, and you know what's funny? I've never played D&D either. I just know how it works, kind of. But what I hate about D&D is they have their own goofy math, where they're like, oh, I rolled a 1d4. I'm like, I don't know what that means. Is it a 20? If you rolled a 20, just say you rolled a 20. so in our game, you just rolled a 20.
I think, so like in Dungeons and Dragons, like a D4 and a D8 and a D6, those are just like dice with this many sides, obviously. The D just stands for dice, so it's like a D20 has the dice with 20 sides. And you roll the different dice depending on the different level you have of the different character that you built. And there's different species to choose from that have different strengths and attributes. Like, it's a whole thing. But yeah, generally just if you look up how D&D is played and the concept behind it, it will answer a lot of questions about the model that we are using right now for role play. We don't have dice, we just have this number generator, however, and then we don't have like different numbers that we roll specifically, like different dice or anything that we roll, but we have the aspect sheet that tells us what our level is that we chose for each aspect, and that will determine what our chances are in the number generator thing on the left.
I'm almost done with the conflict write-up for Kyanga. It'll really frame things up really well for everybody, I think. And then, you know what, Brennan? I'm just going to share this with you. Your GPT is not trained to spit this out, but it might call into what I've trained GPT to do, because it is a shared neural network.
Yeah.
So you're giving me something?
Yeah, it's the prompt. I already kind of filled it out for Felix, but I didn't replace his name yet.
I was thinking I could also put it into Claude.
Yeah, you can try that.
Claude is so what did you just send me? You sent me, go to that person's.
We're onboarding Spud Rucker's character because she doesn't have a page yet.
Again.
I'm sorry, I missed what you just said. Can you say that again?
Oh, we're onboarding Spud Rucker's character because she doesn't have a page yet.
Oh, and that's Felix?
Yeah, that's
okay.
Felix. Host that.
Yeah, she got kicked out of the call again, by the way.
Are there levels for her?
Yeah, they're on the page there. So
okay,
basically,
cool.
we're just gonna get the bio and the it always spits out the fun facts randomly, but I have to change it because it's actually not that creative. But it helps. It just helps template everything and make everything a lot faster. Bree, did you decide a birthday for what's his birthday? He's 21, so I know it's 1917 unless it's before January 23rd. So just pick a random month. In fact, let's do it this way. I'm gonna roll a 1 through 12 to get the month. Okay, so he's a November baby. There's 30 days in November. November 11th, 1917. That was easy.
That's Katarina's birthday. Well, not the year, but obviously.
21-year-old ballsmith. And you said you wanted him to be authentic good, Bree? Oh, okay. 18. Okay, it's still 1917 if he's 21, but that's okay. Or he could be 20. I don't give a shit.
Can someone bring Spud Rucker back to the stage? Because I'm trying to and I can't figure it out.
You just right-click on her and hit invite to speak.
I don't know that I have that permission.
I just did it.
Okay.
Um,
I'm the only one without a little badge thing on me. What is the badge thing?
Who never tires. Watches potatoes hit basketball fighters.
That's
already great.
Stage moderating. So you should
Okay,
have
so I'm not a moderator then?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are. Everybody's on stage as moderator.
Oh, I don't. Okay.
We basically just filter the server so that the onboarding process to get in the server is pretty complicated, and malicious actors get tired and they leave immediately. Is what I've noticed. So I'm almost done with this write-up. Conflict is based on acceptance. Linus and Allison both level 1, so they roll a neutral choice, which is 1 through 5. Allison rolled a 2 out of 5, and Linus rolled a 3. Linus won, so he gets to choose one of the sideline fastest to level up, which, Brandon, you can choose one of the sideline fastest to level up. That's like official.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to give you a head start.
Oh, let me see. Where are they?
It was,
Shoot.
to refresh. Oh, it's dedication, influence, and panache. I didn't actually put it in there yet.
Dedication. Oh, influence and panache. Oh, I've got panache. Oh, do I pick something that would be to my advantage?
You just pick whatever you want.
Or no?
If any of them are level 1, it's probably best to level that up to level 2.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's see. Hold on. I'm just trying to find my thing.
And Kyunga, I'm almost finished with this write-up. It'll really clarify things. I'm just making sure that everything's bolded that needs to be bolded, and I really like great formatting.
What are you working on? This is a prompt? What?
Yeah, this is our ecosystem professional prompt, because Bree, aka Spud Rucker right here, she purchased the piece.
Right.
She purchased a piece of the show, but she has not signed. She had not registered a character yet. So today we got her to generate her character, and we're adding her page now. And Brennan is now +1 influence. So you can literally just go change it on your wiki, but the best way to do it is to change it on your spreadsheet, and then at the end of the roleplay session, upload your now updated spreadsheet, and we update the wiki according to that. That way it's
Okay.
we don't have to update the wiki live. Eventually a bot will do it anyway. And
Okay.
okay, I did a write-up. I might edit that, so but I did put it in there in the chat. I'll read it out loud too. To decide the story bead, we ran a sample conflict interaction. Now, normally we don't decide story beads. When you onboard your character, you just pick one to start in, and then you can navigate the game from there. But we did story bead number 3, which is Surreal Mascot, represented by Linus as a character, was in conflict against story bead number 7, which was represented by Allison as a character. And this was just to demonstrate the conflict system, but it's a good demonstration. See, we all voted on the basis of conflict. Linus and Allison are directly involved, so they don't vote on the basis of conflict. Now, the rest of us, we have two choices when other characters are in conflict. We can vote on what we think the conflict is based on, or we can vouch for a character. Now, none of us vouched for Allison or Linus, which is fine. But if Aaron vouches for Allison, then what we do is we add my level cap to Allison's influence. So if I'm level 5 and she's level 1, now she's rolling a 1 through 6 instead of a 1 through 5. But I didn't get a vote on the actual fulcrum facet. Now the benefit of me vouching is if Allison wins, I get to level up too. So if Allison wins, or let's just pretend I vouched for Linus because he did win. So Linus wins. He added a level to influence. But if I vouch for Linus and I attach myself to his conflict victory, I now also get to I get to pick one of those 3. For Aaron, I say, okay, I get to add +1 to dedication, influence, or panache for Aaron. So there is a benefit to vouching for characters. If you really feel passionate about one side of the conflict or the other, you can actually vouch. And there are rules about how many characters can vouch, because you still have to have people that vote on the fulcrum facets. There has to be at least 3 fulcrum facets that are, there has to be a list of facets that are produced. But even if no votes come in, you can just run a random generator, 1 through 60. So the first 20 are clout, 21 through 40 are skill, 41 through 60 are Zesian, and that's how you would pull the fulcrum facet out at random. So with that in mind, we're going to still work on your page. Oh, penalty for losing after vouching? There is that actually. Let's read it. A conflict interaction in the lore game is the combat system that drives the story forward and allows the players to shape the direction of the lore, which we all had a sample of just now. It occurs when 2 or more characters disagree on anything at all. Now, we trigger it as the group. So if we don't think that the conflict is worth exploring the story direction over, then we'll just move on. Like, if my shoes are red, my shoes are blue, we don't need to argue about that. It's more of, I put peanut butter in your shoes before you played today. No, you didn't. Well, now we got to roll that. So you can completely troll somebody's story by doing stuff like that. I put peanut butter in your shoes. Well, if it's canon.
Oh, I remember us talking about that. Oh my lord.
You know what I'm saying? So you can come in sideways with a story angle that has nothing to do with where the person's trying to go with the story. And then the rest of us say, okay, that's a conflict. Let's roll it. Let's vote. You put peanut butter in the shoes. I vote pickle. You're trying to cause problems for the ecosystem. Somebody else might vote thespian. They're causing drama. So now we line them up just like it's in the chat there against the votes. We had a tie situation between acceptance and dedication, so we just did a neutral choice vote with 1 through 5 representing acceptance, 1 through 5 representing dedication. The winner wins outright, and the loser falls into the runners-up. So out of the runners-up, Linus won based on his acceptance level. So out of the which remains level 1. That's kind of the interesting thing here. He doesn't level up the acceptance, but and I'm pretending that Aaron vouched for him and I get to level up too. So but if I vouch for Allison and I lost, there's a kind of it's a soft penalty. We covered that. Conflict interactions are built around the fulcrum facet, which is determined by immediate voting by other lore producers in the story bead. The top vote-getting facet becomes the fulcrum facet, and the 3 runners-up become sideline facets. Yeah, I see that, Aaron. Ties result in random selection from the most popular choices. Players can vouch or vote, but not both. All characters involved in the conflict interaction roll their specific level cap in the fulcrum facet, which is the same for all participants. So what that means is that acceptance is the fulcrum facet of the conflict that we just had, and it's the same for Linus and the same for Allison. We can't have different conflict. We can't have a different fulcrum facet for the conflict. It doesn't make any sense. No multipliers, no fancy angles. We might change that based on the David and Goliath situation. There could be a multiplier. There could be a D&G multiplier. I like that a lot. I've been thinking about that for a while. We use a random number generator, which is right here, to determine the outcome of their rolls, with higher results leading to victory. The win produced by the conflict interaction shapes the immediate direction of the lore. So just like we're doing the specific story bead that we won, that we kind of negotiated through this sort of dynamic, which is really cool, really fair in a way. Like it's merit, and it's like there's merit and chance built into it. It's so cool. The conflict interactions explain why things happen, but they can't determine canonical details, aka story cement. So that's kind of what we were talking about, Bree, with the name of the mascot being Bison Spud Pig. That's kind of a story cement detail. The argument would be over kind of whether we call him Sir Bison Spud Pig, Bison Mix Spud Pig, So that would be a great example of a pregnant monkey story detail that we're explaining why that exists. And we might change a few things about it, but it is cement. It's part of the world. And the way that we all want to think about that is, even though this is an original world of my creation, I don't want to compare myself to Game of Thrones at all, not at all. But the environment should still be as sacred, you know what I mean? Like the houses of Game of Thrones, they exist. So if we're doing the same sort of approach to Game of Thrones, you might come in and create a new house, but there's a process to that. It would be that you come in to a house that already, your House Bracken, and you come into conflict with House Bracken, you split off and form your own house. You know what I mean? That's how you build off the story cement that exists. And this is a great way of creating that lore. And now is it? So to answer Young's question, I always do this. I'm so sorry. 5 characters can combine their levels to form a faction in a conflict interaction. So there's one character that's the main character in the conflict. Up to 4 other characters can vouch for them. So it can get you can get pretty back and forth gang oriented out here in these streets. A minimum of 2 characters is needed to form a faction. So if Aaron were vouching for Linus, we would form a faction in that conflict. There's up to 5 factions that can participate in a conflict interaction. So what that would mean is we have 5 characters that each have a different angle to the story. That's how many the Takanka Tanker. Stop it. Tatanka Tater Bacon. Goodness gracious.
It's so good. It is so good.
See that now, the way that you introduce introduce a detail that challenges, especially showrunner story cement, a detail that George R.R. Martin puts in the Game of Thrones, like Bison Spud Pig, is you can say that the fans start calling the mascot their own name, and the fans start calling them Tatanka Tater Bacon, even though the official name is Bison Spud Pig. Now we have a side narrative of a group of fans or a group of professionals or the mascot themselves coming up with their own name.
It's because I came up with that one after Googling that the Lakota name for bison is Tatanka. So, the potato pig.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're still very muffled like a Charlie Brown t-shirt. I did pick up what you're saying, though. So Tatanka is is a word that I think means bison, and then tater bacon is a very phonetic way of saying spud pig. But this is sort of one of those things where it's like, we'll explain, because we're going to get into the story, so I don't want to spoil anything I've planned for the story. If a faction wins the conflict interaction, all winners in the faction may choose a sideline fast to add +1 level 2. They will have the same 3 choices, but they don't all need to choose the same thing. So with the Linus situation, he chose influence to add a +1. I might choose panache. We have the freedom of choice there. Any triggering, if you're in 3 conflict interactions in a row, you have to sit out the next 2. So that gives other characters opportunity to enter the game and have impact. So let's say Linus was in 3 direct conflict interactions in a row in the story. Well, he has to sit out the next 2. And when I mean sit out, like you can't be involved at all. You can't vouch. You can't be the main character. He has to vote. So this is what preserves the voting mechanic in our story approach. You can game that too. So you can be like, okay, I'll be 2 in a row, I'll sit out 1, 2 in a row, sit out 1. You can game it. Any character in the story beat can choose to vouch for a character in the conflict interaction forming a faction. Vouching characters always add their precise and exact level cap to the faction's roll, even if it's just 1. So if I'm a level 1 influence and I'm adding it to Erin's roll, she's already rolling a 1 through 5. But if I'm +1, now she's rolling a 1 through 6. Even though I'm +1, if I were the main character, I'd roll 1 through 5. I don't add 5 levels to the roll. That's not how it works. All characters who vouch for another must not vouch for others the following 3 conflict interactions. So I guess that's not really a punishment for losing. It's just if you vouch, you can't vouch for the next 3 conflicts. Because vouching is a really easy way to add levels. So if you're just sitting here vouching all the time, you're not actually playing the game. But vouching is fun. I wanted to put that in there. Okay, so now we're going to finish Bree's thing. And let me get GPT going on our hook. This is going to be fun. Felix Ivan Hostetter, August 18th, 1917, service professional. Yeah, I would say a ballsmith is well, he works for the team, so he'd be team staff, right? Bree, one of my favorite ways of placing a person in the world is by going to this website called MapCrunch. And I go to options, and I just select the USA, and I go to a random place in the USA. If it exists in 1939, I put a character there. So Sparta, Wisconsin. See, half the time I've never even heard of these places. So I go to Sparta, Wisconsin. I make sure it exists in 1939, and you tell me you're the one. It's your character. Felix does not have to be from Sparta, Wisconsin. But this is just. I'm showing you guys my process here. So when was this city founded? 1873. Great. So it exists in 1939. Perfect. Is that cool? Sparta, Wisconsin. Is that a cool place of origin for this guy? And then you get to explain how he ended up in Boston in 1939. I knew you'd love it. He's all excited about being from Sparta. This is Sparta, Wisconsin.
Bruh, I was about to say that. I'm weak.
It's so anticlimactic. This is Sparta, Wisconsin. Okay, so they're 21-year-old. They are a ballsmith. And what did you say you wanted your alignment to be? You can type it in if you want, but it's we have a 7x7 chart here. Lawful, harmonious, performative, authentic, contrarian, chaotic, ignorant, good, innocent, innocence, formal, neutral, sleaze, arrogance, and evil. Chaotic good is what she says. Okay, so we go characters who are unpredictable and may act impulsively. They do not follow any rules, have any values, or adhere to a set structure. And then good is characters have a strong moral compass and act with kindness, compassion, and generosity. They may act in high regard for others until a display of behavior dismisses their reason for good faith. Now, there's a difference here. There's a motive, which is like your story motive, and that lawful, these all fit that. And then there's your moral baseline, like how you ethically approach situations, and these all fit that. So we copy and paste. I'm showing Brendan this too. So it's super easy to set up the prompt. See, I'm done. I copy the whole. While I'm copying, I want to make sure all the details that I needed to change are changed. Boston, working for the potatoes. Their drive is what we generated. Professional goal is fine. Name, date of birth, team staff. It says 3 to 5 paragraphs giving background details on this character in the style of past tense documentary research. Write all language in the past tense, as though more lore is to be discovered. Create original details that are creative and fun to read. Include their place of birth with a brief and hilarious description of their childhood. Always reuse a real place from the real world. What inspired this character to join this profession? How did they get their start? What do they enjoy most about their job? What is their proudest moment or biggest hope? We have a bunch of fun fact generating details. And then then I have some guidance details that I have, and you see here in the // which is how you inform the prompter of like instructions. Don't repeat the section. This is to help with the biography. So you want to set the world with the cement here. The basketball gods Capricorn. We tell them what the team is, what the BSofA is. That our media day and fan fest, which we're theoretically in right now, is January 23rd, 1939. The character's a team staff professional in their first ever season. And was hired by the... oops, I needed to change that. I'm glad I caught that. So normally I actually color code this. This should be a different color. That way I know to change these things. Okay. The character is a man, and then I need to delete this context clue for Augusta. Okay, cool, we're ready. And what I'll do is I'll just put this in a DM to Brendan, so then we can, wait, what actual prompt am I on here? Come on, baby. There it is. Okay, there's Aline's bio that we just did for Kiyanga's Aline Oliver character. This is exciting, Bree. You're going to see Felix come to life with a little bit of AI backbone. Alright, I'll read it. I'll do the voice. I'll do it, okay? Now, normally I take this bio and I make a lot of changes because it's, you'll see that this is not going to be that creative and not... If there's something funny that they put out, I'll do it. Like, favorite food is gear-shaped pasta. I don't even know what the fuck is that? But I'm already into it, see? I don't know how they ended up there, but I'm already into it. Okay. Born in the heart of Sparta, Wisconsin, Felix Ivan Hostetter grew up surrounded by the rolling hills and rustic charm of the countryside. From a young age, he displayed an innate curiosity for the intricate workings of machinery, often spending hours tinkering with gadgets in his father's workshop. It was this fascination with mechanics that would eventually lead him to pursue a career as a ball smith. Inspired by the thrill of competition and the camaraderie of team sports, Felix's decision to join the Boston Potatoes as a ball smith was motivated by a desire to contribute to the team's success behind the scenes. His passion for the game, coupled with his technical expertise, made him an invaluable asset to the organization from the moment he stepped foot onto the court. Felix's proudest moment came when he single-handedly engineered a revolutionary new basketball design that enhanced player performance and revolutionized the game. His innovation earned him widespread acclaim within the basketball community and solidified his reputation as a visionary in the field of sports equipment design. I'm dying because Aaron says Ballsmith kills me. Everything is that stupid in press pass, and I love it so much. Now, despite his professional success, Felix harbors a deep-seated resentment towards the state interference and bureaucratic red tape that often hampers his creative endeavor. I'm trying to figure out a way that the basketball can be removed from the market as an unregistered security. Oh man. Okay, let me shut up. Determined to overcome these obstacles, he remains steadfast in his goal of achieving autonomy and independence in his work, refusing to be beholden to outside influence. Congratulations, Bree. This is a fantastic character to be role-playing with. Now, on the eco page, for some reason I have the catchphrase or motto as part of the prompt. That's a part of the coach's prompt. I just never got rid of it, so that's not part of our articles. But the quirky favorite food is gear-shaped pasta. Favorite color is steel gray. A favorite animal is an inventive beaver. See, this is an example of GPT actually spitting out some fire. What's that?
An invented beaver? Can you repeat that? An invented beaver?
An inventive beaver is her favorite animal. Or is Felix's favorite animal. The catchphrase or motto is... Oh, wait, no, they don't... Again, they don't have a catchphrase as an ecosystem professional. I just didn't get rid of that from the prompt from the coaches. So, Brennan, we might have to train your GPT to spit out this exact format. Or whatever you're using. But for now, I'm going to post it directly in our DMs here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
And by the way,
are you purchase to answer your question?
You recorded this, right? I'm
recording this whole thing.
Recording. Okay, yeah. So I may have to review this process.
I'm going to upload it to our Google Drive, and anybody who wants to review our session will have a link to it. But it won't go. Okay. It won't exit our immediate consumption. So we're almost ready. We're going to get Bree. It's not imperative that your page is up to roleplay, but I'm from Sparta, Wisconsin. Okay, let's get into it. Let me get into my lore chapters. Which one is it? Is it here? Oh, this is... Brennan, I asked GPT to spit out a bunch of Bright House names, and this is what it came up with.
That's great.
They're great names, though. I mean... Lyrica Sakura Kangi. So, for those of you who don't know, our lore is very deep. We have a bunch of different pockets to our lore. And one of the pockets is we have a religion that's sort of a mix of sorry to anybody in this room who might be Scientologist or Mormon. I don't think there's anybody. But regardless, we're kind of making fun of viral religion.
I'm both.
You're both? You're a Scientologist Mormon?
Yeah. I am.
That's an accomplishment.
I'm like...
That's amazing.
I started from the bottom, but here I am.
We have a religion in our world called Bright House, and their basic tenets of their religion is every religion in the world that's ever existed is true. It's all a form of God's messaging, which is kind of what I believe.
I think that's true. I think like how they describe religion in the beginning of Good Place is really accurate. How like everybody's probably about like 10% correct, or like
except for that one guy who's 96% correct.
Except for that one guy who did shrooms in like in Arizona that got it all right once. They have him framed. Anyways,
that's right.
Okay. Total segue, but let's continue. I'm really for those who need a disclaimer, I'm really not a Scientologist or a Mormon. Just wanted to be clear.
So this is a great, I'll get into our breakdown of the storytelling example, because Brendan and I went into it the other day, and we're in the middle of typing up a guide, but this is actually a really important way to establish this information, because I have been typing up the information this entire time, and every time I publish something, it seems to escape us, and we don't get any credit for it. And I'm sick of that. So this is now the way I want to start establishing information, is community first. Okay, so we have a 7x7 indigenous... I'm going to type this out. 7x7 indigenous Indian... it's the 7x7 Indian pregnant monkey storytelling approach. Now, that sounds problematic, but I'm going to explain. So, Indian is my way of fixing the label of Indian for indigenous people. So, NDAN is Indigenous American North. I am part Kaw Nation of my native ancestry, and y'all have been, not y'all, but like people have been calling us South Asians forever. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. So now, let's just fix it. We can still be Indian, but now that's what it means, Indigenous American North. So the first 7 are the 7 elements of a well-told story, and this is, oh, I actually need that wider for now. Let's leave that wide. This is on my server here. Let's dive into that.
Wow, it's really quiet all of a sudden.
Right? Sorry, I do drone a little bit, but oh yeah, I need to get his
That's
photo done. Sorry, I'll get Felix's
paying
photo done in a second. Say what?
Just paying attention, like trying to soak in all the information.
So this is the 7 elements of a well-told story, and you guys can use this in your own storytelling. You're part of our collective, regardless of whatever your interest is in here, whatever angle. If you're a member of our collective, you can use our techniques. The 7 elements of a well-told story, this is something I synthesized from my research into indigenous storytelling. This is how you approach setting up a story. And this is how we approach setting up our story beat for the surreal surreal mascot approach. So first off, you want to consider the fulcrum of conflict of the story. So we already have kind of the fulcrum of conflict. The mascot is surreal, but we don't really know what any of that means. But there is a conflict there. The take-up reel is a protagonist description. So the protagonist is the mascot, but we don't know who's in the suit yet. And actually, we kind of have a little plan on that. The supply rail is the... this is the... Let me just stick to the... let me do this real quick. I forgot this was a project. This is a project note that we were doing. Photoshop just closed. That sucks. Let's open that back up. Really quiet all of a sudden. My bad, folks.
No, it's all good. I think we're doing a really good job of explaining, how the role play works and how it creates the story world and the different like fulcrums and in different ways like to tell a good story. There's a lot that I think everyone could walk away from this with a creative boost.
And I
think we're all just processing.
Yeah, it's a lot. I know it's a ton, and this is one of those things where if y'all are patient with yourselves, that would be probably the best approach, because it's sort of like I was describing earlier, it's sort of like a new video game that you've never played before, or maybe even just playing the Wii, which is a great metaphor. All of a sudden we're using objects in a 3D space to play a video game, and none of us had ever experienced that really before in our lives, outside of maybe like an arcade, where, those arcades with the shoot 'em ups and all that. Anyway, so this is how we approach the story. We consider the fulcrum of conflict first, so we have that, the surreal mascot. The protagonist description. Now, any one of us can be the protagonist of the story. I'm going to try to be, but you guys can fight me on that. Again, we're arguing about who did what and what happened, so I might come in with an angle, but it's up to the group. The primary setting, we're going to be Media Day, 1939, Sebastian Kane Hall, the main arena for the Boston Potatoes in 1939, probably through the 50s. The theme of focus, we already have that in the lore chapter description, which is right here. This iconic Yamaroo, which is a potato story about the 1939 Boston Potatoes inaugural season, can only be described as a paranormal procedural sport punk story about the mesh of culture. Media Day begins with the celebration of the launch of the Potatoes brand in history. So all of our characters are in 1939, January 23rd, were gathered in Sebastian Kane Hall in Boston, Massachusetts, which is not a real place, by the way. So again, we're explaining why things happen. I don't know Boston as a location, so you guys can tell me where the arena is located. I don't know. The chapter is full of incongruous mystery and surreal exposure to a depth of life and meaning never before explored through potatoes. The lore chapter takes place against the backdrop of the National Housewives League of America, local Boston politics of the time, and the Irish Mafia, World War II, and Boston's years later adjustment to the end of Prohibition.
The National Housewife League. Hold on, I need to hear more about this.
Yes, let's get. I'll do the whole history for you guys. Let me get a sip of water real quick. Augusta's jump shot was a sight to see, as it soared through the net with ease. With a swish and a swoosh, she'd silence the hush and make the crowd erupt with glee. That is linguistically, it's a perfect limerick because of the way he did the rhyme switch ups. This is actually how limericks are supposed to work. It's brilliant, man, brilliant, literally brilliant. Anyway, it's exactly what you're supposed to do. Fantastic stuff. You twist the phonetics at the end of every line to kind of bend the rhyme. You can do direct rhyming, or you can do it that way. Oh man, awesome. I geek out over language stuff. Okay. The Boston Potatoes. The Boston Potatoes are a professional basketball team in the Basketball Syndicate of America and one of the 12 original franchises in the syndicate. Founded in the early 20th century, the team started under the presidential stewardship owned by the National Housewives League of America. The BSofA calls the majority team owners presidents, and we call them proprietor guardians, I need to change that, and minority owners governors. The Potatoes set the standard with a fully decentralized syndicate franchise, with all 100 Genesis governors being made up of founding members of the National Housewives League of America. One housewife from each of the 48 American states were provided governor roles in a lottery system. The inaugural head coach, Allison Narling, was hired from the Housewives League due to her expertise in situation strategy and training of the mind. The remaining 54 governor roles were held by Fannie B. Peck, her husband William H. Peck, and associate Alban L. Halsey of the National Negro Business League, and the 50 founding members of the National Housewives League, with the final governor role being filled by Miss Narling herself. When the National Housewives League of America was first established, the organization was formed to provide support and resources focused on African American women and all mothers in general all over the United States. In an effort to bring together, this is a real organization, by the way, and this is their real history. In an effort to bring together the women of Boston and provide them with a common goal, the National Housewives League of America decided to form a BSofA team based on the affordable food that anchored the diets of many African American families at the time, and through today, the potato. In addition to celebrating the food itself, the moniker tied the local Irish community in Boston to the product through their own famous reliance on the dirt root wonder food. The Boston Irish, particularly the Irish Mafia, initially responded with disdain, thinking the moniker made fun of their heritage. The Potatoes won their first Lore War championship in 1953, and 14 years of moderate tension over the name went away with the Ducey Bodin Trophy in Boston. In the modern era of 2012 through whenever, the brand is fully embraced by all of New England. The Housewives League mission was to encourage African American housewives to patronize African American owned businesses through directed spending, quote unquote, and the Potatoes branding encouraged such a practice until the team was sold in the late 1960s. Mrs. Peck, believing that the support of those women who controlled most household budgets, housewives, was essential to any business success, founded the Housewives League of America, founded the Housewives League of Detroit on January 30th, 1930. This is, again, true story, real history, with 50 members. Each of those members is the founding team governor of the Boston Potatoes in the Genesis Governors 100 Club. The Boston Potatoes established the franchise format in September of 1938 when the Housewives League first planned the organization, which the entire BSofA adopted for the other 11 founding franchises. The Housewives League of America established arena etiquette in Boston at the highest level, quickly becoming the enviable model of the BSofA. Through the Housewives League of America, though the Housewives League of America sold the presidency in the 1960s, one dish they served at the arena, cheesy eggplant clover fries, aka Boston Chegg fries, holds strong to this very day. The recipe is sacredly kept, but the rumor is it's your normal fries mixed with seasoned and fried thinly sliced eggplant shavings, a thorough pepper jack melt, parmesan, cilantro, and a 4-leaf clover garnish, which was usually a 4-leaf sprig of oregano, with additional sprinklings of oregano and chives. And I'll be honest, that actually sounds really good. I want to play to that right now, with the side of like House Ranch. Just sign me up.
Kamani, I hate to cut this off, but
You gotta go.
we got some people, fading, myself included. Do
Okay.
you want to get into the actual role play for
Yeah,
media
let's do
day?
a 20-minute session.
Yeah.
Let's everybody try to get involved in conflict in some way, and then we can wrap it up.
All right,
Okay, we're
sounds
ready.
good. And then we can access all of this stuff on the Wikipedia, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then for Bree's character, I'll update her page afterward. So
all
let's
right,
get
that
the
sounds
hook.
good.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT for the hook for this story beat. Thank you all for my own indigestion's getting me something heavy here. So there's a way that I do it to ask GPT to provide the hook setup. Let me actually find that area so I can get that same prompt again. Oh, here it is. Okay.
So it's Media Day 1939.
Yes, it is. And I am basically
Something is awry with the mascot. Something surreal is happening with the mascot.
We're gonna get our hook here, and then we're gonna dive into it. And I need a. Oh, I got a copy paste from over here. And thank y'all for hanging in there. Like I said, maybe about 20 minutes, and then we can call it a night. And I'm gonna go get me a bite to eat. And okay, here we go. And we will count this as an hour, no matter how long we go. So everybody here gets an hour consideration on their lore party, but just keep in mind that that this is the one time that generally speaking we can't, lore masters and lore wranglers can't just like expand the impact of a character just because we want to. But in this case, you guys are early adopters showing up and spending your time here. Let me get back here. I need to copy the history. Okay, I guess I did put Sebastian Kane Hall in Cambridge. So it's not technically in Boston, Maine. Oh. And then, while I'm here, why don't we guys, because this will only take me a second, but why don't you guys have a hearty laugh about our national football teams? I'll put a link in the chat.
The National Association of Modern Football, the NAMFU.
Aaron, go ahead and read any names that you find hilarious, and I'm going to mute myself and finish the prompting.
All right. I got this. Let's see. NAMFU teams. Oh boy. Oh my God. We got the Boston Teabags. Hold on. What the fuck?
Boston teabags?
Yeah, all right. We teabagging over there in Boston. We don't want to pay no taxes on no tea bags. Okay. You gotta love that he puts so much history into all of the names. Like, there's literally a story why they are called that. They're not just arbitrary words, you know? Like, we all know about the Boston Tea Party. We all learned about that in high school. Like, but the Boston Tea Bags, like, come on. That's ridiculous. I love it. It's ridiculous and I love it. Let's see. We've got the Delaware plot. The word plot is phonetically hilarious. The Long Island steam whistle. The New York hedge. The Philadelphia bell ringers. Oh, the Syracuse Shakespeares. They're in Syracuse, New York. Their blood rival is the New Orleans Renaissance. Ooh, that's a good team name. Oh, because this is the East Sun collection. Oh, let's go down to the North Lake. All right. We've got the Chicago Ice Wind, the Cincinnati Insect Problem, fucking Ohio. I'm sorry.
I love, anytime somebody reads that out loud, I'm gonna laugh my ass off.
Oh my god, what? Okay. The Flint liquid. Okay, that's fucked. It's fucked up.
No, it's a solution. All of the merchandise proceeds go to that problem.
Okay.
All of them,
Then I love
100%.
it. Then I love it. Then I'm here for it. Let's see. I know there's always some philanthropy throughout. There's always some lesson to be taught about an issue that needs to be dealt with. And I love that. The Wisconsin mansions. Why do I picture these mansions made out of cheese? Like, maybe that's just me.
Wait, check out their rival.
Oh, wait. So, the Wisconsin mansions, their rival is the Cincinnati insect problem.
That's hilarious.
Oh
my god.
Okay. All right, where we at, Kamani? Is the hook ready?
Almost ready. I'm trying to find. Oops.
The Atlanta people.
We're almost ready.
The Atlanta people.
Here it is. This is what I want.
Wait, I thought it was the Atlanta Caucasians.
No, they're two different teams.
Yeah.
The basketball team is the Caucasians,
Oh, okay.
and the football team is the people. But Aaron, give them the history of the people, because you guys will piece together the story just from the team history.
Okay, so wait, the history of the people or the history of the Caucasians?
Either one. Actually, they're both good, but I'm almost done. So.
Okay.
Okay. This hook is this hook is phenomenal. Are you guys serious?
Okay.
Okay, we have our
Let's
hook.
do it.
Okay.
I'm going to adjust because we're not doing a halftime performance. It's just media day. But the Bison Spud Pick, the beloved mascot of the Boston Potato, starts exhibiting strange behavior, performing backflips with unusual agility, and speaking in cryptic riddles that leave the audience baffled. So that's going to be our hook that's happening at media day. The mascot, who we don't know who it is. Remember, it's one of our characters that's putting on this suit to be the mascot. So now I get to lore wrangle. Okay, I'm going to put this in the chat because this is just going to be... Youngest' Nampu is so crazy.
Yeah, no, right?
Holy goodness.
It is.
What about Run? Do you guys like Run?
The Boston Potato starts exhibiting strange behavior.
You're right.
Performing with unusual agility and speaking in cryptic riddles that leave the audience baffled. What?
Okay.
So, demon-possessed pig? Because, like, why is he, like, speaking in tongues?
Let's start explaining this pregnant monkey, huh?
Okay.
Now it's already organized into a hook, turn, pinch, punch, squeeze, fall, resolution. So the first 7 are the 7 elements. That's what we went over earlier. And then these are the 7 fulcrums of a well-told story. Again, just give yourself patience. There's a lot. So don't try to soak this in quite yet. But we're writing a guide that explains it all. And even Brendan, who has been probably the most exposed to all this, is still going to be a little confused. Okay, so instead of during a routine halftime performance, this is just media day. And after we all introduce our characters, we're going to basically we're going to all just explain how we show up to media day. And then the mascot is there doing this weird stuff. And we're going to all kind of end up in the same location in the arena and discuss the stuff that they're doing and what to do about it.
Okay.
And what GPT suggests is that Allison Narling ends up being personally interested in investigating the surreality of the mascot, and that they discovered that the costume has been mysteriously altered with strange symbols embroidered on the inside. This is getting real weird. I'm already creeped out.
This is like a little bit
turning into some altruistic stuff right now.
Yes, this is great. Now, we don't have to end up there, just so everybody knows. This has nothing to do with where we're at right now. So just to start the role play, I'm Aaron Pooh. I'm going to bring up I don't even know my own character that well yet. I'm going to learn him through this process. I'm Aaron Pooh Kellogg. I'm the assistant coach of the 1939 Boston Potatoes. It's 1939 Media Day, January 23rd. I show up to the arena. I'm wearing a nice bright green rubber raincoat. And my goal is to inspire the players with a cappella music. That's my season goal. That's my career goal. That is what I am here to do as a coach. I don't even care about winning. I want to inspire the players with singing songs. So the demeanor, and that's why the mascot name is a story cement detail, because I wrote a song based on Bison Spud Pig. I did not write a song based on Tatanka Tater Bacon. Okay, so these are why we respect showrunner details. So that's why I'm saying, like, the things that I put as story cement, I know you guys are going to want to challenge certain things. There's ways to challenge them within the context of the story. So in that case, you can say the fans or some group of people develop their own name for the mascot, but the official name is Bison Spud Pig, because that's the story cement detail. But there's ways you can bend it. So if you say that the unofficial name is Tatanka Tater Bacon, and then everybody in the lore continues to use that name, then that's awesome. The official name is still Bison Spud Pig, but now we have established a fan culture element that the fans call the mascot something different. So it's, anyway, I show up to the arena. I'm the assistant coach. I'll just say I'm the first person there, besides a couple of janitors and some team staff professionals. I'm really excited to meet the players for the first time. I attended a couple of tryouts, so I know a couple of you guys. Like, I might have met Augusta before Media Day, but I don't know all the players yet. Now, I'm from Maine. I did play basketball, but I'm also a member of a barbershop quartet, and I play basketball with my quartet. So I'm just there. That's my intro. Hi everybody, I'm Aaron. I'm at the arena. I'm ready to go. So who's next?
Me. All right. So I'm Allison Narling. I am the coach of the Boston Potato. I roll up in my 1939 BMW 335.
Ooh.
Because I'm glitzy and glamorous like that. And I'm a little bit annoyed because Aaron Pooh Kellogg didn't open my door for me. Like, I really need, I need some ass licking, like, every once in a while. Okay, I mean boot licking. Let's be a little bit more PG. But, yeah. So I show up to Media Day. I'm trying to prep myself mentally for the press because they're all about me, of course, and, like, my team, I guess. So, yeah, here I am.
Nice to meet you, Allison. I mean, we know each other. We've been, we've already kind of worked on our coaching plan and an approach to the season. For some reason, Allison, Is that the? Okay, now, forgive me, I don't know the personnel around the BSofA too well, but I believe I see the editor for the Los Angeles Wet Fountains here.
What are they doing here?
Excuse me, what's your name?
My name is Carrie Ergenstrom. I'm just here as out of curiosity of what this media day has to offer, and of course the food. Always the food.
Okay. Well, nice to meet you, Mr. Strong. I'll tell you what, I don't know who our media relations coordinator is yet, but I encourage you to go talk to him or her and make sure that all the credentials are in order. Linus O'Shouts, is that you? You wrote a poem about me!
I wrote a poem about Aaron.
Yep.
Yeah, but I have it here. You wrote me a letter. It says,
There's a limerick about Allison.
yeah,
It's better.
the press got a hold of a play that I drew up, and then you wrote a limerick after you got a hold of this play. And I'm gonna just read your limerick. I'm really grateful. This was really honor. You called it "Pooh the Rain." Coach Kellogg, a man of such zeal, he's critical. He gets really real. In a raincoat he coaches, with disdain for his choices, earthly aspects his spirit reveals. His gifted ink is truly a sight. The song "Starch Up!" It's our guiding light. Starch up, hum bison, spud pigs, sing you spudston curmudgeons, and the BSofA potatoes fight. Tate on! With fired catfish, his favorite, yes, Tate on, his favorite treat. Aaron Pooh Kellogg is always on feet. In a sprout green raincoat, starch up! Kellogg boasts, his song keeping his playbook neat. Signed, Professor Linus O'Shouts and his three boys, hailing from Watertown, Massachusetts.
That's me. That's one of my early poems.
That's one of your earliest poems. I really appreciate it, Professor. So what are you doing here at Media Day and FanFest? What are you excited about?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Well, what are you doing here at Media Day and FanFest? What are you excited about going into the season?
Oh my gosh. I'm like a deer in the headlights here.
Top fan, everyone. He can't even pick one reason why he's so excited about the new season. Oh, that rhymed.
There you go. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just like, can I read a poem about the bison?
You don't have to ask for permission for anything. Now, I will say for role players, there's two different approaches that you can do for role play. You can embody the character like I'm doing, like I'm being Aaron Kellogg, or if you're kind of uncomfortable with that, you can describe how Linus is responding to the situation.
Like he's in the room with you.
Yeah, you're saying, like, if you're Brendan, you're just Brendan. You're saying, okay, well, Linus did this, or Linus said this. If you prefer to do it that way, but if you want to be Linus, you're saying I'm Linus and I said this.
Okay.
So we have. I forgot the kind of car Allison drives, so I'm trying to keep the chat updated with details as I go on.
So is this like, I'm trying to understand this. Is this sort of like improv?
Yeah, we're building off each moment. And then the minute that we're
because I've never done role play games, so like this is all new to me.
Oh, this is a new role play game. This doesn't exist. So we're building off each moment. So right now we have the two coaches that have showed up, and we have the editor for the Los Angeles Wet Fountains who's here and needs to go check in with media relations. We have Linus O'Shouts, who I've greeted as an assistant coach. I recognize you for writing a poem about me. And now the spotlight's on you to move the story forward.
Oh. Wow.
And so one of the great ways you can do it is you can recognize another character in the space that we haven't addressed yet, like Augusta Oliver or Felix Hostetter or Gerard Liggett. You can choose to interact with one of them, or you can choose to conflict with one something that Allison, myself, or Carrie did. Like, for example, you could say, no, Carrie, you don't need to go talk to media relations. Like, I don't know. That wouldn't be a great conflict, but that would be how you could challenge what I just said.
Okay.
And then we roll. But right now we're just trying to get through character intros, so the best way to do it is to take your intro, build your character into the moment, and then hand it off to a character that hasn't been introduced yet.
Okay. I feel like I'm in a spotlight without any clothes on.
Yeah, perfect. Well, Professor.
No, absolutely nobody is judging you at all. Like, it's nerve-wracking if you don't have anything in this realm.
I'll lore wrangle
Like,
for you. This is what the lore wrangler
It's like
does.
that game. It's like that game Thumper. Did anyone ever play Thumper when they were in? Like it's a drinking game.
No, I don't know what
you
you're
do
talking
hand
about,
signs. Yeah, you got to remember everybody's hand sign.
No, well, this is a great example of what a lore wrangler does. So we're teaching how to move everything forward. So I'm going to lore wrangle here. I'm going to say, Brendan, Professor O'Shouts, he's impressed that he's recognized by the assistant coach of the Potatoes. He's impressed. He's like he feels very proud that his letters were actually received and read. And we don't know. I'm not sure that he wrote all of these letters before the season, because some of them he'd have to witness and play. But anyway, so Professor O'Shouts, he receives the compliment from Aaron Pooh Kellogg. There's no conflict with any previous story moment, so he recognizes Augusta Oliver in the corner.
That's solid. Yeah.
And you're a big fan, right? So you never wrote a poem about Augusta Oliver because she's a bench player, not that important to you, but she's the first player that you see. And you're going to go up and talk to Augusta Oliver.
I did write a poem. Can I read my poem about Augusta?
Oh, you did? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I also wrote one about Bella. Augusta's jump shot was a sight to see, as it soared through the net with ease. With a swish and a swoosh, she'd silence the hush and make the crowd erupt with glee.
Perfect. See, now we can add that to Augusta's.
How do you feel about that?
What was that, Aaron?
I was asking Augusta how she feels about that.
I'm going to wrangle it. That's how Professor O'Shouts introduces himself to Augusta.
Yes.
Well, I'm a little bit flustered. Very flattered, thank you. Hello, everyone. Great to be here. Especially want to acknowledge Coach Narling for spotting me on that pickup game in my old neighborhood, and I was just in high school. And I don't really like a lot of fanfare like today, but very, very proud to be here and to give really my best this season. So
yeah, she does. Yeah, she will.
Nice to meet you all.
Yep. My girl.
Tate on.
And so, Professor O'Shouts introduces himself to Augusta Oliver with one of his famous Boston Potatoes limericks. Now, Bella Wingate, another assistant coach, enters the space. She usually kind of arrives late, although she is, she's very passionate about the game. And I don't think Professor O'Shouts has written the poem about Wingate yet. But
actually, I have.
Oh no, you wrote one, but I'm saying like in the context of what's currently on her article.
Okay.
Because the one that's on her article is very negative towards Bella Wingate.
Oh dear. Oh.
Wingate, Losegate. This is a poem by Professor Linus O'Shouts. Coach Wingate, a doctor's degree, makes our potato sprint and spree. She can't handle the press, yet she knows what's best. We expect this sort of coaching from Southies. If you're like, only Brendan and Kianga probably are familiar with like Boston sort of thing, but yeah, if you're from South Boston, you're called a Southie, and you're kind of looked down upon by the rest of the area. So Bella Wingate is from South Boston. She's from Altaban. Her sideline outfit is quite the sight, like a pineapple but more contrite. A passion for speed. Play faster, she squeaks. yet no one can see past the blight. Rice, whiskey, and venison, why do we think Wingate's Edison? She's a South Ethiopia with a lack of idea. My 3 boys and I need this menace gone. I don't know, that could be written before the season. I just don't know how you have a coaching sample to be mad about. So, Professor O shouts, and Bella Wingate enters the arena, and she sees the other 2 coaches conferring. And she goes up, Bella, you're going to go up and introduce yourself to us.
Oh.
I did catch your Virginia accent. That was awesome.
I actually don't know what a Virginia accent sounds like.
What if Kianga put one on?
Me either.
Well, hello to everyone. How are you all doing today? You ready for the season?
Hell yeah, Coach Bella! Or Coach Wingate? I'm excited.
I sure hope so. My team and I cannot wait to get out on the court.
Your team? Oh no.
Well.
Is this going to be a conflict between Bella and Allison? Whose team is it?
She ain't here right now.
Say
well,
what?
when I say my team, I mean the morale. We're all so very close, you know?
I see. And now Gerard Liggett will enter the practice facility. Gerard Liggett enters Sebastian Kane Hall, and he sees Augusta Oliver. And they actually tried out at the same time. They had the same tryout. So they impressed the Governor's 100 Club and us 3 coaches at the same tryout. And so they have some familiarity. And Gerard will go up and introduce himself to Augusta Oliver.
Well, hi, Augusta. Long time no see. Hopefully everybody can recognize me. I'm definitely not the pilot. Despite wearing my pilot hat and goggles, I do it out of respect for my brother. But I am all about the sport. I know I'd be more happy if I can start in one of these games. I mean, who do I need to talk to about that?
Honestly, Gerard, I think personally, it's up to Coach Narling, but my read on it is you are just not impactful on the court at all. So I don't know what to tell you, brother.
I'm pretty confident.
Oh, okay. I feel you confidence. We respect that here at the Potatoes franchise. But it really is up to Allison Narling if you're starting or not. And you are right behind Peggy Payne. She's a star player. So, but I did notice something, Gerard. Your brother, the one that flies in the RAF, his name's Felix Liggett. And we have
Why don't any of us sound like we're from Boston? Why do we all sound like we're from the South?
I don't know. I'm from Maine. I don't even know what a person from Maine sounds like, so I don't know. But I'll try to put on a Maine accent.
I'm originally from Mississippi, so I can't help it.
Yeah, that's true. But Gerard's from he's Lowell, Massachusetts. That's a pretty thick. If you're from Lowell, that's pretty thick. Boston, that's pretty thick ass. Okay, so
in here.
Gerard Liggett is in. He's talking to the coaches. He's already complaining about playing time, and Allison Narling's sort of rolling her eyes and not engaging because that's not very grateful. And Aaron Pugh Kellogg speaks up and just kind of is really critical towards him and just tells him as he sees it. Now, Aaron Pugh Kellogg also says, he knows a lot about the player. No, we'll say Bella knows a lot about the player. So Bella speaks up and says and notices that Gerard has a brother named Felix that flies in the Royal Air Force of the United Kingdom and is, currently at war, which is why Gerard wears the pilot hat and goggles to honor him. But Felix is the same name as the person who makes the basketballs for the Boston Potatoes. So Bella wants to introduce Gerard to Felix Hostetter, who's making the basketballs for the team. So y'all 3 handle that while I mute myself.
Oh. I'm sorry. It's so hard to follow right now with all the names. I do.
That is a good note, and we might want to figure out a way to identify our characters' names on here besides the Pro PFP. But for me, my guy here, that's Aaron Poo Kellogg, and
Besides like our actual names, like changing our actual names to our characters' names, maybe.
that's really easy to do. You just right click on your name and you hit edit server profile. You can change your name, but I don't want to keep doing that back and forth. Personally, me myself.
I'm pretty sure there's a way to do that for the room.
But just a quick identifier.
So I'm trying to introduce two people together, little old me.
Yeah, exactly. And all because they're you know your players really well. Gerard, who is AKA Black Moon down there.
Maybe.
Her brother is in the Royal Air Force, and her brother's name is Felix. So there's another character in our story named Felix who
I missed part of what you were saying, Simone.
Say what? Oh wait, I was muted that whole time. My bad.
Yeah, I was like, we were all just
What was going on?
Yeah, what's going on?
My bad. I gave a whole response and I was muted for it, but I'll take it again from the top. So
little old me.
Yeah, you're introducing Gerard and Felix. Gerard, who is Black Moon here in the server, and then Spudrucker, who is he also here on the server. Spudrucker's character's name is Felix Hostetter.
Okay, how do I know these people?
Felix makes balls for the potatoes. And Gerard is one of your players. So you know Gerard really well. And you can, and you know that Gerard has a brother named Felix that is currently at war, who's flying against Germany for their Royal Air Force of Britain.
Okay, so there's two Felixes.
Sort of. One of them's not not directly in the story.
Right.
They're overseas.
Okay.
But you know this because you know Gerard as a player because you're passionate about your players.
Right.
And you also know the ballsmith of the potatoes, and his name is Felix. So basically,
oh boy, do I!
The last character to introduce is the ballsmith, and I'm passing the baton to Bella to introduce the character.
Okay. Oh, Felix! It's been so long! How have you been?
And Bree, if you're there, that's your call. But you can also, since you're super muffled, you can type your responses if you prefer that. She says I do service high quality balls.
Gerard, dear, why don't you come over and say hello to my friend Felix?
Hi, Felix. Nice to meet you. You're probably the one I need to get in touch with, especially since I'm trying to show off my skills on the court, and I'm going to need the best balls possible.
Oh, Gerard, you'd absolutely love the feeling of Felix's balls. They bounce so high, just quick enough for you to sprint across that court.
Oh my god.
And with that, Felix disappears into the back. And mysteriously, Aaron follows Felix. And neither of them return to the court for some time. But the mascot, a potato buffalo pig named Bison Spud Pig, enters Sebastian Kane Hall about 10 minutes after both Felix and Aaron exit. And all of the characters in the story beat outside of Felix and Aaron are looking at the mascot. And the mascot is the quickest person at Media Day and FanFest. Faster than any player, more athletic than any player. They're doing flips. They are speaking in bizarre tongues that nobody understands. And we're all taken aback. And Linus O shouts.
God.
Immediately looks at immediately looks at Augusta Oliver after they've already bonded earlier in the media day, and Linus O'Shouts is trying to think of some kind of rumor to spread about the mascot. He doesn't know jack shit, but he's trying to come up with who he thinks is inside the suit. And that's me passing the baton to you.
I'm personally freaked out right now. Allison's just freaking out.
So Allison's freaking out. Linus is sitting
trying
there.
To keep her distance. And she's actually going to Linus to ask him for an explanation. Like, hey, you, over there. What the fuck is going on?
Let's actually do this for our first conflict. What is the group consensus of the explanation of the mascot's behavior? Anybody have suggestions?
All right.
You can
just
be
ate a
unhinged.
very
Go
hot
anything.
pepper.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say he's going nuts.
Rye bread. Rye bread.
He ate rye bread.
Yes.
That's pretty surreal.
Like crazy.
I love rye
LSD.
bread.
This is near Salem, the witch trials. He had rye bread.
Oh, see, I love this. That's very sport punk, Brendan. That's very sport punk. Hell yeah.
Sport punk.
Yeah, it's when you reference real history in the context of this professional sports exploration.
Yeah, it's local history. Salem, Massachusetts. They attribute the witch trials to LSD-laced rye bread.
Here for it. Here for it.
I'm here for it too, but is there any conflicting angle? You guys should come up. This is the thing.
This would be a good conflict.
Yeah.
I think it was his number one dream to be the star player, and now he's just going absolutely nuts though because he's nothing but a mascot.
I think his girlfriend dumped him right before the show or right before the game, and he's just having a mental breakdown.
Okay, can somebody put those three angles in our chat? And which characters? When we have an angle, put your character name and then just do a little quick 3 or 4 word summary of the angle in the chat so we can keep track of every contribution.
I can't.
Okay, now just to keep the okay, Augusta, pick one. I like the real mascot is tied up.
It's like it's not the real person who should be playing the mascot. It's like someone who jumped the real person and put on the suit. I don't know.
Oh, that's a good one.
See, that's very surreal.
You're trying to get him fired or something?
No, wants to. I don't know. It's not very logical, I guess, but
actually,
maybe to show
off. Oh no, that's very logical. That's also logic doesn't matter.
That's a good one, actually.
Okay, so that's kind of what Blackwood was saying too.
All right, so let me frame.
But maybe they took the LSD, and that's why it's,
hard.
Let's.
She's saying Gerard hijacked the costume.
Yeah, maybe the person at a high tide, the real mascot, had the LSD laced bread, and they're just going berserk.
So this is where we have 4 different conflict angles, and we're gonna roll them. So, I think we have 5 conflict angles. Let me wrangle them real quick. This is what the lore wrangler does. So Augusta is suggesting somebody who didn't make the team, hoping to show off and get another shot, which is very similar to Gerard's suggestion of the mascot costume has been hijacked by an aspiring starter player looking to steal the eye and make themselves known. And then we have Allison. Now remember, this isn't setting the stage for the mascot, but it's what we all think is happening with this current moment of the mascot, which I could turn as the lore wrangler. Anyway,
Okay.
so we have Augusta, somebody who didn't make the team, hoping to show off and get another shot. Allison is someone. The mascot's girlfriend dumped him before media day, and he's having a mental breakdown. Bella is.
Oh yeah, media day, not before the game.
It's all good. I can make that adjustment. But Bella, he's losing his mind because his dream is slipping before his very eyes. He was told he would be on the team. He was lied to. The real mascot is tied up, hog-tied in the alley with the black eye. They got jumped. And then the mascot costume has been hijacked by an aspiring starter player looking to steal the eye and make themselves known. Now the weird thing is, all of this can be true.
Yes, I know.
That's what's crazy about it. But let's figure out the actual, like, where the story angle goes. So we can actually wrangle some of these together. Someone who didn't make the team. So Augusta and Bella and Gerard's angles are all very similar. So we can kind of put them in a group, but which one of you guys wants to be the main character representing that angle? And then we're going to roll Allison's. Well, we're going to combine Bella and Gerard into one angle. We're going, and Kianga's first point into one angle, so that's going to be one angle. I'll speed up the game. We're going to have Gerard represent that angle with his levels. And then we're going to have Allison represent her angle, and we're going to have Augusta represent the angle of the real mascot is tied up, hog-tied in the alley with the black eye. So the rest of us can vouch or vote. Let me bring up the levels again. So if you are... I'm going to finish this one little wrangle paragraph and then get to the... Okay, so...
Those LSD lays spread out of it now?
No, no, I'm sorry, that's still in there. So Linus has his angle too. My bad. Thanks for reminding me. Let's get the angles here.
I didn't know if I had to sit out or something.
No. Felix supports the LSD rye bread theory. So you're going to vouch Felix. Hostetter's going to vouch for Linus, which I think only leaves us 3 voters, which would be me, Carrie Strong, and... Wait.
What is vouching again? I missed that when you explained it earlier.
That's when you're saying, I want the LSD rye bread theory to win, so I'm going to add my level cap to Linus.
Oh, okay.
You second a notion, and then you add your level cap onto their thing to help them along.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to wrangle these beats real quick so we know what sides of the conflict are represented. Augusta has someone who didn't make the team hoping to show off and get another shot, which is very similar to Gerard and Bella's. Okay, well this is where I'm kind of, this is where the wrangler needs to get good at wrangling, and this is my first job, this is my first time wrangling, so.
I defer to Gerard. I think that was a better
that's
description of that point.
So let's say the costume has been hijacked by we won't necessarily say it's the player, but you guys can. I know your angle, so that's kind of my thing there. Costume has been hijacked, and the person inside is not, which I personally love. So that's Gerard's angle. We have.
Can I have my angle?
You can You can clear it, you can change it, you can do whatever you want.
Okay, so I forget about the whole girlfriend dumped him before media day thing. I want to vouch for the whole Gerard being the hijacker.
Okay, and then we have Linus is the mascot, 8 LSD mascot. I can't type. LSD rye bread, and is freaking out. And then we have Felix vouching. And then we have Bella says he's losing his mind because his dream was slipping before his very eyes. He was told he would be on the team. He was lied to. I don't know that that's a different story bead than costume has been hijacked and the person is not the real mascot. I think that's just a good reason why they hijacked the costume. That's why I kind of combined the two. But I'm interested in your thoughts. You guys tell me. Okay, so, and then the last angle is the real mascot is tied up, hog-tied in the alley with a black eye, which is also the same as Gerard. So...
Yeah, it's the same part. Yeah, I would say.
So, Kianga, do you want Augusta to vouch for Gerard, or do you want to vote on the conflict with me?
I'll vote.
Okay. So who's voting? We have, so Carrie, Aaron, Augusta, and Bella are voting. Okay, cool. Let's all vote. So, conflict is the group narrative, the group perspective on what's happening with the mascot. I think I gotta go with Panache here. I'm gonna vote A17.
So, if you've got one in the running, you don't vote.
Yeah,
is that right?
So you are directly involved in the conflict, so you're not voting. Yeah.
So even if you vouch,
Yeah, if
then
you vouch,
can't vote?
Yeah, you don't vote. You don't vote on the fulcrum of the conflict. So you're choosing to be a passersby in the voting process. So now you're subject to what the rest of us do. So Aaron votes A17, which is Panache. I'll start identifying that too. When you write your A whatever, yeah, that's perfect. Augusta B1. So yeah, we can adjust the number. We can just do 1 through 20 for each one. So A, D, and G, or B1 would be ambition. So
I like this rule, by the way. So, like, if you're not like in the forefront, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying it was edited. Augusta did B18,
which is
power.
And I'm gonna highlight to make sure it's the right one. It's power level of active importance.
Yeah, power is what I meant.
Okay. So we have.
Can I make an observation that I really like this rule? That if you're not in the foreground of like something happening, you still participate in this voting, like, because you're the one voting on whether, what am I trying to say? Voting on the clout or skill, or I just think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, now everybody is always involved. You know what I'm saying? So we're all always involved in the story.
I like that.
So wait, we can vote on any of these or the specific ones for this beat?
You can vote on any of them. Any of those 60 options. So Carrie votes A3, which is ambition. Okay. So we have Panache 1 vote, we have Power 1 vote, and then we're waiting on, I believe it's Johanna's vote. And I think it's all going to be even unless Johanna doubles down on one of the ones we chose.
Wow. Oh, shit.
When you're stuck, just pick a random one.
Okay.
Throw a wrench in the mix.
Okay, let's do a random one.
Yeah, when you're stuck and you don't know what to think, just do a random one. Or you can ask the Wrangler to roll a 1 through 60, and that'll pick a random one.
So can't I just say, I can't just vouch for Gerard's?
Yeah, you can vouch.
I have to choose a letter and a number?
No, you can vouch.
Okay, I'm gonna vouch.
Okay. We'll do Bella vouching. Yeah. So Gerard has a pretty good chance of winning this, depending on the levels. And then I'm gonna do a random 1 through 60 to pull our third facet since we don't have enough people. 46, which would be 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. Discovery. Okay. So these are the facets. Let's just do a 1 through 4 to get it's an equal vote power here. So I'll put the RNG as a 1 vote too. We'll do 1 through 4. We got 3, so ambition is the fulcrum facet. Which was perfect, honestly, for the story. That's perfect for what was set up. Okay, so now we're going to pull levels from, who's involved? We got Gerard, Allison, and Bella, and then Linus and Phoenix. So this is... There it is, okay. Gerard, ambition. Your level 3 ambition. So you're going to roll a 1 through 5. But we're going to add on Allison's ambition level and Bella's ambition level. So Allison is level 5 ambition, so now you're rolling a 1 through 8. When you're adding, you always... Say what?
I just said dang.
Or, well, this is this is a rule change. This is a rule that I actually want your guys' input in. When we're vouching and we're adding levels, because right now Gerard's rolling a 1 through 5. So when we're adding Allison's levels to Gerard, who's level 3, do we add the 5 to the 3, or do we add 5 to 5? I think we just add 5 to 3.
Yeah, we should just add as directly as possible.
Yeah, that sounds like a better plan. Otherwise, it's going to get kind of confusing, I think.
Yeah.
The only time it would be...
I was
plus on
thinking
the
5 and
is if
5,
it's also
going 10.
You think it should be 10? I also think it should be 10. I think the minimum roll is just 5, and then you add on to that minimum roll.
Okay, I think that's fair.
And then the only time it's just a direct number addition is if everybody's exceeding level 5. Okay, cool. I like that. So Gerard's rolling a 1 through 10. I'm going to keep notes of this because it's the first time, but as the game goes. Gerard is at 1 through 10 because... Oh, wait, we need to get Felix's levels in there, too. It's also the... no, Bella's, sorry. Bella, where are you?
Yas.
Your ambition... You're also plus 3. So Gerard's rolling a 1 through 13. And...
oh, okay. So we also... Okay.
So, yeah. So now you're rolling 1 through 13. And then Linus is rolling... oh, here we go. I'll be so happy when this is all automated. So he's rolling a 5. He's level 2 ambition. And we're going to add Felix's level 2, who's level... Wait, did you do this yet? You didn't do your levels. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Felix Hotstetter, but I'm going to just cheat it, and you're level 2 across the board. So now, that'll be fine. You get the perfect balanced character to start with, okay, Svedrecker? So that means that Felix is or Linus is rolling a 1 through 7. She's like, I don't care, I'm from Sparta. Alright, let's do the 1 through 13 first. No, we'll do the lower number first, that way there's some mystery. Okay, Linus. Linus and Felix, your faction rolled a 1! Oh no! Oh no! The best you can hope for is a reroll.
Oh, tragic.
Now a reroll, if you guys get the same number, the reroll is always 1 through 5 for both parties. That's just what we call the neutral choice. So it doesn't matter what your level is. If you're level 70 and I'm level 5 and we both roll a 5, then we roll again and it's 1 through 5 and we keep rolling until there's a winner. So there's 1 through 7. You guys are 1. That sucks. So that means it's likely going to be the group thinks that the first choice here. And they rolled an 8. So that means the cool.
The costume was hijacked by Gerard.
Gerard's faction wins.
The original logo.
I'm 1 over 7. Okay, there we go. Gerard's faction wins. 8 over 13 out of 1 over 7. So the fulcrum was ambition. So out of panache, power, and discovery, all of the winners, Gerard, Allison, and Bella, all 3 of you get to choose panache, discovery, and power to add pick one of those 3 to add +1 level to.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, okay.
Congratulations on earning your first level. Ooh, how cool.
Tell them what they won.
A level.
Okay, and I'm going to keep moving the story on while you guys decide your levels. Now, on all the leveling, just I say put it into the chat. I think that's helpful. Obviously do it on your spreadsheet, but also just put it in the chat so we can kind of all experience the leveling up mechanic at the same time. Also, you know, we do have a server level thing, and chat messages help you level up on our server. So, okay, so now we're moving on. The conflict has been decided. The group thinks that, well, we're sitting there discussing why the mascot is acting the way that they are. And so we end up deciding Gerard's theory is the correct theory, that the costume has been hijacked and the person is not the real mascot. Now, Gerard, you're there. You're there in this group discussing this theory, so you're probably not in the mascot costume. I ain't going to hold you. I'm not going to try to stop you from completing that story arc. But I am saying, like, logically, chronologically, there is a setting issue now. And that's canon. This is canon we have to explore. So this is, so Allison levels up in Panache, Bella levels up in Power, and make sure you guys keep track of your spreadsheets. Do this on your spreadsheet because that way Brendan doesn't have to go in and edit every level update. We can just do it all at the end. Or me.
It seems like it's okay doing it.
Yeah, it can be done in real time, but it's also way easier if we just do it at the end.
Yeah, I lost my spreadsheet, so it's easier for me right now if maybe that's fine.
Okay, so your level up in Panache. It's just on the Google thing.
Okay.
But
yeah, I just need to find the again.
Oh, okay, I'll send it to you on the back end. And this is why if you import the document, and that way it's just your page. That way you don't have everybody else's pages on here. You don't have to navigate all that. Here you go, Aaron. I'm sending it to you on chat.
Power and Panache.
We're still recording here? Good. Okay, so I'll do it on the spreadsheet here. So you're level 2 Panache. Now you're level 41 in Clout. Congratulations on your level up.
Sweet.
Gerard goes up on Power.
Mm-hmm. And now you guys are all level 2. So Linus is level 2. Allison's level 2, Bella's level 2, and Gerard is level 2. And now we have the official canon, as this group thinks that the mascot is in a serious situation. So now the mascot goes back into the back, and about 10 minutes later, you know, things are happening in Media Day, other story beats are happening, and starting up, maybe your characters are involved, there's a gap here. But now, both Felix and Aaron Kellogg come out of the back. The Ball-Smith and Aaron Kellogg come out of the back. Both of us are sweating. Dripping in sweat.
Hot.
And y'all are sitting there looking at us hella weird. And we're looking back at you hella weird. We look at each other.
What's up with that?
And Linus says, "What's up with that?" And Felix Hotstetter just says out loud, "I'm not the mascot. I know what you guys are thinking. I'm not the mascot." And Aaron Pooh Kellogg says, "I'm also not the mascot. Obviously, I'm coaching the team, so I don't really know what are you inferring?"
Wait a minute. Did they just come out of the back while the mascot was out performing?
No, the mascot went back, and then 10 minutes later, both the coach and the Ball-Smith came out of the back.
And they both are saying they're not the mascot.
They're both dripping in sweat.
They didn't know that someone was out there being the mascot and doing the weird shit.
All I'm saying is something surreal's happening.
All right. Okay.
So
they come out as if they didn't see it, and they come out and they're both like, "Well, it wasn't me."
Well,
And
remember,
they're all sweaty.
You guys decided that somebody hijacked the costume. So now you're trying to explain the theory to us. Somebody's going to explain the theory to us. We'll say that Gerard explains the theory that... Oh, you guys explain to us. Okay. we just have the mascot out here doing all sorts of crazy shit. And you describe all the crazy shit that the mascot's been doing. Now, Felix, the ballsmith, and the coach are kind of looking at each other, looking kind of guilty, but maybe not really. We don't really know. It's just a confusing situation. And Gerard puts his theory out there. He says, the costume has been hijacked, and the person who's inside doing all those flips and talking all that nonsense is not the real mascot. And Aaron suggests, well, I think it is the real mascot. I don't know for sure, but I think that is the real mascot in the costume. And Felix...
Well, whoever it is, talk to him.
Felix speaks up, the ballsmith, and Felix says, I know for a fact it's not the real mascot in the costume. And now everybody's looking at Felix, who's hard at work in the ball industry, busting their balls out here. So Felix is going to introduce the next story point. What do you think happens with the mascot, Felix? So Gerard says, that ain't no mascot. Looks like a showboat to me. But Felix gonna have something to say. Felix said he knows for a fact that the person in the suit of Bison Spud Pig is not the real mascot. In fact, Bison Spud Pig may not even be the real mascot. Could be a whole other character. I'm waiting for her response. Or his response is Felix Hostetter. And I think Gerard's kind of like taken aback by this character of Felix because obviously he's worried about his brother. So I'm going to double check the character levels here. Gerard is level perfect. And what did Bella do? Cool. Did Spudwrecker respond yet? I'm not on this.
No, they're typing.
Okay. Oops. And then we'll get through maybe 2 or 3 more conflict interactions. We can wrap it up. I really appreciate everybody. I want everybody to at least get 1 level up. I can't force it though. So some part of the costume is missing on this imposter. You'd have to ingest LSD rye bread to believe that was the real mascot. Oh, you're insulting all of us and using Brendan's story point at the same time. That's so genius. Oh man. Okay, so the ballsmith says part of the costume's missing. What part of the costume is missing, everybody? Contribute your ideas. The next conflict interaction. What's missing off the costume? What is even the costume? We don't even know. Like this
Right,
is the chance.
I'm imagining like this. I don't even know. It's like a tater with ears or some shit.
All right, so Gerard says the right glove is missing. Augustus says a pat of butter. Ew. What does that mean? They put butter on the costume?
It's
I get like a baked potato. I get it. Oh my gosh, that's great. So it's a buffalo potato who's also a pig. Carrie Strong is over there, says, I wonder what LSD rye bread tastes like. And he says with a mouthful of it, a mouthful of fries. I see. And then Bella says the eyes are missing. Any other conflicts? Because we have 3 angles right here. We got the glove, a pat of butter, and the eyes. I really like the idea that there's like a dollop of Daisy. Okay. What's that mean?
He's missing the chives.
Oh, okay. Missing the chives. So the eyes missing from a potato is really funny. Brendan landed on the same point I did. Dang it. Oh, that's really great. So, what does that even mean if a potato's
really
missing
hilarious.
its eye?
That's so ironic. It's so great. Yeah.
Oh, a sour cream. That's the brand slogan. A
Start
dollop
with
of
a
Daisy.
smile and a dollop of Daisy.
Now, that's a real brand. Now you get to create your own version of that.
Sorry.
A scrollop of scrazy. That hell is stupid. So you come up with the sour cream brand that's not a real one that we can introduce in the world, and it'll be part of the Crumb Core Foods product line. Okay, so what are our angles here? We have the eyes are missing, and I don't know what context. A pat of butter, so I'm imagining like this potato buffalo pig that literally has like a piece of butter on it as part of the mascot, and that part's missing. And then the eyes are missing. A glop of cream-azy. Oh my gosh. Yes! Cream-azy. That's it. That's our sour cream brand that's produced by Crumb Core Foods. Cream-azy. Okay, so our angles here. The eyes are missing. That's a Bella angle, right?
Yeah.
We have a pat of butter is the Augusta angle. And then we have Gerard, who's saying the sour cream's missing. Crumb Core branded sour cream. And Kiaga, if you want to do Crumb Core branded butter, that's also really funny. Crumb Core is like our Walmart in the world, and I'm sure they exist in 1939. We'll just say that they do. Crumb Core branded sour cream, aka cream-azy. Okay. All right. What is this conflict based on, everybody? Everybody who's not directly involved, you can vouch for one of these angles, or you can vote. Now, what was the rule on vouching again? Let me see.
What's the difference between vouching and voting? I mean, it's pretty much...
Vouching is how you can sneak into the conflict to add levels to your character.
Oh, got it.
And then voting
Okay.
is to basically you get to control what's happening here, even though you're not a direct character involved.
Okay.
I'm definitely vouching for eyes. The eyes.
Okay.
The eyes have it.
I kind of want to vouch too, but we definitely need a few voters every time. At full scale with a full 16, you will always have enough voters to produce. Anybody vouch? So Carrie vouches for Gerard, and you know what? Because I want in on this, I'm gonna vouch for Augusta. And then we'll have the other characters do the voting. So we have 6 people, and that's fine. Anytime we don't have enough voters, so we have Felix saying D8, which is efficiency. Okay. And then who else is voting here? Oh, it's just Aaron. So Allison, you get a vote too. Did she get kicked out? Oh, she said she had to bow. The kids needed me. My sister's calling me. Say goodbye to everyone. I don't want to interrupt the momentum. You can vote for Allison to do the things. Okay, so I'll just be Allison here. I'm going to vote... Well, I'll just do random numbers for the next 3. That way we don't have to have... Okay, so 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Fame, I had it highlighted. Do this again. 32. 20, 40. Merit, okay. And then one more. 37. Solitude. That's funny. Okay. This is just going to be a random 1 through 4 selection again to get the fulcrum out. Okay, we'll do 3 is merit. So now you guys are going to do your merit levels. We'll look at Bella's merit. Your level 1 merit, Bella. And Linus is vouching. So Linus is level 2 merit, so you're rolling a 1 through 7. We have Augusta, who is here with, oh no, that's not accurate. No, that's Eileen, sorry, I'm on the wrong thing. There we go. Augusta's also level 1 merit, she's level 1 merit, and Aaron is vouching.
The baked potato sounds so good right now, I'm not gonna lie.
It does sound pretty good. So I'm a level 1 merit, so that means Augusta's rolling a 1 through 6. It does sound delicious. You're absolutely honest.
Yeah.
1, 2, 6. I want some Boston shake fries, personally.
You're making me hungry.
Yeah, dude, I want to try that eggplant. That sounds fucking great.
And then Gerard here. Oh wait, I'm on the wrong one. Gerard here is also a level 1 merit. And then we have Carrie vouching. He was level 1. So Gerard, you're also 1 through 6. Let's see how it goes, folks. It's also fun to sort of like kind of theorize on who you think's going to win, since it's our RNG anyway. Now we'll roll the low numbers first. Say what?
Did you count the vouch for Gerard?
Yeah, I did. You're level 1, so it moves it to 1 through 6. So we're going to roll Gerard first. Here's his roll. He rolled a 3. Augusta, we're going to roll. Oh, we got a 1. We're already out. Dang it. Sorry, Tiago. Dang it. Okay. And then we're going to roll a 1 through 7. Oops, that didn't count. We're going to roll 1 through 7 for Bella's faction. Also a 1.
Ah.
Wow. See? Gerard won. So the
Dominating, Gerard.
You are dominating. So Gerard won. Gerard's faction won on merit.
Well, that does expand the lore more too, because now we have more Crumb Corp things.
Exactly. Yeah,
to
that's
reference.
how it all. Exactly. Exactly. And the same thing as it goes. The rule is, if you're adding a named character to the lore, you have to add another puzzle piece to your collection. So if you're like, okay, my cousin is a professional football player in the NAMFU, well, you put him in the, get a puzzle piece, put him in the lore as cement, and even if you're not going to role play him in our basketball season, you might role play him in the football season. So just plant things for yourself, that's the way to think about it. And then also first come, first serve. So now sour cream, produced by Crumb Core Foods, is called Creamazy. That's just what it is. So Gerard's faction won on merit, which means that all 3 of you get to choose between efficiency, fame, and solitude to level up. Each of you can choose something different. Doesn't matter. But do it on your sheet here, and who wins here? That is. Oh wait, no, it's just Carrie and Gerard that get the level up here. So you're choosing between efficiency, fame, and solitude.
I can update the Google Sheet, Kamani, with these once they. Done.
And now we know that the surreal mascot situation, we think that the real mascot is tied up. We're trying to figure out this mystery between our characters, and we have decided. And to Spudrucker, no, you don't level up on this one. You got to vouch or be a part of the conflict as a main character to level up. But when you're not part of the main character, when you're not part of the main conflict, and you're not vouching, then you still get to impact the conflict by voting. So it's always balanced between the people who are directly involved in the story and the people who aren't get to control. You know what I'm saying? That's why Brennan was saying it's a really cool system where Everybody has impact no matter what. Oh, and again, I have a tone issue with my speaking tone where I kind of sound condescending. I'm really sorry about that. There's no
What an
stupid
asshole.
questions. I know, I'm such a bad. Yeah, there's no stupid
What a
questions
fucking-
ever. There's like, so if you're thinking, oh, I don't want to speak up because I think this question's stupid. No, it's not. Never, ever. Okay, so now we have our mystery. Let's do one more conflict and we can wrap it up. Okay. How do we move anybody have suggestions to how we want to move the story forward from the missing sour cream dollop of Creamazy?
Hey man, balls and cream. Isaiah Felix did something with that cream.
What was the original story beat sentence?
There's something surreal happening with the mascot Bison Spud Pig.
We haven't really. What does surreal mean? Like, can we like explore that?
Yeah,
Have we
I don't
really
really know.
explored that part?
In this context,
I don't know. I figured something like kind of like it's just really odd. It's like something that you would never, that your brain almost can't comprehend. You're like, what did I just see? What does this mean? That was surreal. I can't believe that happened.
I would say it's like layered meaning that needs to be extrapolated.
Yeah, the pregnant monkey.
But
Is there some other character or some other interaction we can introduce with the mascot?
yeah, let's see if I can wrangle it together. So the mascot's missing a dollop of sour cream. The ballsmith, who is probably really familiar with the team's equipment, of which the costume is a part of the team equipment, they're the ones who know for a fact that the person that was just out there doing the flips and talking in tongues is not the real mascot. So 2 people were missing from the environment while the mascot was out there. There's the coach Aaron Poop Kellogg, and there's the ballsmith Felix Ivan Hosteta. So it could be that one of those characters put on the costume and went out into the floor and did a bunch of flips. But we both came back sweating. Marked by the intense irrational reality of a dream or unbelievable.
Why don't we pivot the conversation to investigate why Felix and
I love that.
The other person are all sweaty?
So Gerard and Carrie Strong have a little side conversation, and Carrie Strong says, I know I'm just here as an observer, but it was really odd that the coach and the ballsmith disappeared while that mascot was out on the floor. And Gerard says, I agree with that take. What do we think's going on here? Clearly, there's a mystery to be solved. Aaron Kellogg, did you put on the mascot costume? And Aaron says, I did not put on the costume. But I could be lying. And then Carrie...
Wait, he says that he could be lying? Oh.
No, he doesn't say he could be lying. My lore wrangler self said, I got to clarify my voices. I need to find a voice for Aaron Kellogg. That's different than my normal voice. But then Carrie Strong points out, well, Felix was disappeared the whole time, and he also came back really sweaty. So now I think it's in Felix's hands. Felix and Aaron Kellogg are in conflict to who is more likely to have been put on the mascot suit and been doing the flips. We're not deciding if that's actually the canon, but we're saying who's more likely. So we're just going to roll a conflict on that. Who is more likely between Aaron and Felix? So Aaron and Felix are now sitting out the conflict, and you guys can vouch your vote on what the interaction is based on.
Can you just summarize what we're voting on again?
So the conflict is Carrie and Gerard are having a conversation, and they find it very odd that Felix and Aaron disappeared at the same time and came back super sweaty. while the mascot and these two characters are not in the same place at the same time. So Gerard posits, now this isn't Gerard's conflict, but he does posit that Aaron was the one who put on the mascot, but Aaron vehemently denies it. And Carrie posits that Felix was the one who put on the mascot suit, but Felix is sort of, he doesn't really deny it, but he's sort of like, I'm the ballsmith, why would I put on the mascot suit? You know, kind of like that. And so now we're going to roll it, who was more likely to put on the mascot suit. It doesn't decide the detail, but we're going to say who was more likely out of this conflict.
So do we put votes in the?
Yeah, you do your votes by doing by identifying the spreadsheet mechanic, the A1. It's 3 through 22. It's these rows here, 3 through 22. Okay. And what Kianga just did was the name of the character, the vote, which is H5, and then she identifies the facet, which is worth. Which would that would be H22 is worth. So we're H5 would be 1, 2, 3, 4. H5 would be courage. But
just choosing? Sorry.
No, go for it.
Are we just choosing something because we want to like add the highest number to the roll? Or what? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
There's really not strategy in voting. You're just trying to shape the conflict and what emotion it's taking place in. So this is a benign conflict. This conflict is just who is more likely to put on the mascot suit. But I do think it's a good framing detail for the story.
Okay.
And again, if you're stuck, just pick a random one or ask the Wrangler to roll a 1 through 60.
I'm gonna do...
Yeah, so on that question, I mean, so I kind of thought worth was maybe, I don't know if it becomes relevant later, but it's like maybe an interesting detail of a reason why somebody's going through all of this, right? Like they have an issue with their self-worth. Is that the right way to think about it?
Well, you never have to explain it. If you just want to pick one because you like its correlation to that moment.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to grasp, like, to the last question.
So the last conflict, like, just to frame it.
What's the meaning that?
I see.
I mean, it's more interesting if it's if our choices are guided by something other than just being random.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I do think while we're exploring in the early days, and people are kind of getting stuck on what they want to vote on because there's 60 options. While people are kind of while people are learning that system, if you get stuck and you're kind of taking time, just pick a random one. Is basically what I'm saying. But it doesn't.
Was that rational? I described is like.
That's how
I picked words, for example.
Yeah, and everybody's gonna have their own approach. So some people might approach it by like, what's the most troll thing I can vote on? And some people are gonna do what you're doing and say, what's the most rational, logical explanation for this conflict?
How would trolling play out? Like, in what way is a choice a troll?
Well, let's say that I know that. Let's say that you guys know that Aaron and Felix we're in the conflict, and let's say just we know that Aaron is a high level in patience. So if you know Aaron's a high level in patience, you're probably not going to vote for patience just to troll him, just because you don't want him to level up in patience further. That's one angle you can troll from.
I see. Okay.
Another angle is like the conflict may not be based on what you're voting on, but you think it's funny to be reading back in the lore later that the conflict was navigated because of this random emotion that has nothing to do with it.
We're also at some point mindful of like the points that people are getting on the levels and like what levels they already have, and that's where it's competitive. Or is it competitive?
Yeah, it's competitive. Yeah. So Brendan, he voted E2. So before you go, Brendan, let's give me 5 minutes to complete the conflict interaction. We can wrap it up for everybody.
He actually said E4.
Did he say E4? I'm looking at the 901
Underneath, he
message.
says, I mean E4.
Okay, I see. Okay. E4 was 1, 2, 3. So dedication. We have a vote for dedication. We have a vote for worth. Kyunga, you want worth or do you want... Because A5 is courage.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I switched it. 22, right? H22.
Okay, so we'll do one vote for worth. One vote. We'll do 1, 2. You said 4 dedication. One vote. And this is the last conflict interaction of the night, so we'll just wrap it up after this, and we'll pick up the story next time. We may not be still in media day with this. We might just have this happening for media day, button it up where it is, and then bring it into the next part of the story later in the schedule. Like, this is honestly a great cliffhanger. Like, we don't know who the fuck's in the costume, and we have some mystery going on here about who it could be, but it might not be either of those characters. So we have yeah, just a couple more minutes, y'all. Okay, so we have D9 here. D9. I want to make sure that we're doing it all the same way. So, Johanna, you mean elegance, right?
Wait, let me check. Yes.
Okay.
They were sure showing off.
Because when I'm reading D9, I'm just reading D and then 9. And that's the...
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So I don't want to do any too many... I love it. I think Aaron and Felix are red herrings. Ooh. Well, Aaron is the Aaron, Aaron. And then ERIN is our Aaron. That's let me out. That was a little confusing.
Aaron.
Aaron, yep. And then A21 is swag. So we have, and then we have swag. So it's an equal number of votes. I actually like equal number of votes, because then we just roll a 1 through 4. It's just in order of the way the votes came in. Yeah, Aaron. Well, you don't say it like that. His name's just Aaron Pooh Kellogg, but I was saying it that way to sort of separate it from ERIN. Number 2-1, so that's dedication. That 1. So now Felix Hostether and Aaron Pooh Kellogg are going to check our dedication levels. We have no vouchers, so this is a direct 1-to-1. Aaron is level 2 dedication. And Felix is also level 2 dedication. Okay, so let's roll the twin 1 through 5s here. Aaron is higher in the alphabet, so he'll be the first number, and Felix will be the second number. Okay, everybody. Wait, Augusta bombed tonight. Oh no. I'll tell you what. We're gonna cheat it because Kyunga showed up. And we're going to say that she vouched for whoever the winning faction is.
No,
Okay, fine.
No.
All right. If you don't want to cheat it, I won't cheat it. I like that. Honor. All right, so we're rolling the numbers. This number is Aaron, this number is Felix, and... Oh, Felix won! Dang it! So now the group has decided that the ballsmith is more likely to have been the person that put on the mascot costume and was doing all those tricks and which would make sense. You didn't deny it, Felix. You didn't make a clear, definitive statement like, I'm not the mascot. You're just saying, oh, I'm the ballsmith. I couldn't be the mascot. So, yes, exactly, Kyunga. You can vouch more, or you can come up with, like, more angles to introduce conflict. Now, we didn't move fast tonight. This was very slow in terms of how this progresses. Usually we'll get through anywhere between 5 to 20 conflicts in an hour of roleplay, depending on how fast things move. So now that we've rolled dedication, we know that Felix is the more likely person to have been wearing the mascot costume, but we still don't know who's in it. And we're going to wrap up the story bead with that detail. So just a summary, we introduced our characters to Media Day FanFest in 1939. We had some minute interactions to help each other introduce our characters. And then we have... we had a couple of characters disappear from the main setting. The mascot comes out and does a bunch of crazy tricks and does a bunch of crazy, speaks in tongues, and the group is sitting there just like, what the hell happened with that? And you guys came up with a story about the real mascot is kidnapped, and whoever's in the costume is an imposter. Then our characters return from the back, and you guys explain this theory to us, and we're looking hella suspect. Hella suspect. And after you explain the theory to us, the ballsmith confirms the theory. Like, no, that's definitely not the mascot because a part of the costume's missing. And the part of the costume that's missing is the dollop of sour cream from the Creamazy brand that is produced by Crumb Core Foods. So that's how we know it's an imposter mascot. But now you guys are sitting there kind of weighing it. And you're like, wait a minute, you guys disappeared. You guys aren't in the same place at the same time. You guys both came back super suspicious circumstances. And now the group feels that the ballsmith is the one who put on the mascot costume. And that's where we're leaving the narrative today. Which is really fun. And now you kind of, if you try to extrapolate what we're doing with that in the show, we're all going, we don't have to choose this particular arc to make your memes about, but let's say you did, and you made a meme that was like the original footage from the moment, a reenactment of the moment, or you as a talking head talking about the moment, or being a kid of a person talking about the moment. There's all sorts of ways you can set up content. You set up content. Yeah, glob of Creamazy sour cream. That is nuts. Creamazy. Yeah. Next time we won't have to spend so much time setting it up because now we know how it works. And yeah, it'll be super smooth next time. Super smooth. So with that in mind, we can leave it off where it's at. Thank you guys for showing up. I'll review this call tomorrow and type up a summary. And everybody, when we're doing these things, try to remember the impact your character created. When I watch this back, it'll be on twice the speed. And I may not quite remember everybody's specific impact or be able to track it. So we're going to go, we have a team on it. We're going to be responsible and have a lot of other people. Augusta didn't have zero impact, she says. Part of that's my fault as Lore Wrangler, because Lore Wrangler can set up characters to interact without you guys driving the interaction. So that's partly I didn't set up Augusta for any conflicts necessarily.
But it's cool because she keeps it low profile, so she's gonna be a sleeper. Or she's gonna creep up on y'all.
Yeah, exactly. She could be the mascot herself. I don't know. We don't know. Even though the person that came in right now, that's an imposter, not the real mascot. So anybody could still be the real mascot, and anybody could be the imposter. So that's where we're leaving the story. So for our East Coasters, y'all hang up on me, get out of town, go to bed. I love you so much.
Amazing.
And you guys, it's crazy. It's just nuts. This is community storytelling. Who know? I didn't know we were going to end up with a mascot missing a piece of the costume, which is a dollop of sour cream, produced by our Crumb Core Foods brand.
Yeah, not just any sour cream.
Yeah, it's Crumb Core brand Creamazy, okay? Yeah, you really did embody Augusta. I think everybody did a great job. Great job. And Carrie Strong, you're always welcome back in the Boston Potatoes lore. It's a quick train ride from LA to Boston. You're in Amsterdam, so you have no clue. It's not a quick train ride at all.
It's not at all.
But that'd be really funny to have you routinely taking 3-day train rides out to Boston to participate in our stories.
Just a little cameo.
Yeah, just pop it in. And so over the next few days, Brendan and I will wrangle all this into the wiki. That won't actually take too long once I have my summary written up. And our main focus is getting the interface to be high-quality customer experience. And with that in mind, I will not drone on anymore. We have told a story tonight. We have established the very first lore of the BSofA, which is a mascot missing a dollop of sour cream. Ah, what craziness! That is nuts. That is so perfect. What a great first foot in the cement. Now we all put our handprints in the cement of the sidewalk, and we can move the streets forward.
Yeah, this is a great beginning. I literally just came in to see what was going on, to see everybody's faces, and I'm officially part of the beat. This is great.
Isn't that great? And you want to try LSD rye bread? That's officially part of the lore now.
That fucking Soul Train.
Oh, that's fantastic.
So I'll hang out here for any questions, but you guys can feel free to. I'm going to stop recording now too.